easy. It's that my shot. Got this. If I get the call, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
And if that video does not get you fired up, Matt Waxman, nothing will. Matt Savage here, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, here with Matt Waxman here from the Seminole Hard Rock and Roll Poker Open here in Hollywood, Florida. Matt, how you doing today?
Doing well, Matt. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. We have an excellent final table here today. Chip leader Matt Beinner has a 21,600,000, 86 bigs. Then we followed by Landon Tice, who's making his second final table appearance here, and Dylan Smith as well. He has a total of 12,250,000. Paul Domb in seat 4 with 6,525,000. Florian Ribouchon, he's in seat number 6, has 9,425,000, and rounded out with seat number 2, Francis Anderson with $3.3 million. He's a short stack, but he feels very confident today, as you do today. Two-time champion Matt Waxman on the World Poker Tour.
1.5.
No, you won.
Tournament of Champions doesn't count. It's
sure
not
does.
open.
Yes. Well, anyway, congratulations on that.
Thanks.
And how are these guys feeling today?
Well, I guess everyone's feeling different. You know, Dylan and Landon, I think, just made the last final table here, didn't they?
Yeah.
And they might be a little bit more calmer and more routine for them because they've been here before. But anytime you make a WPT final table, I got to tell you, the nerves are jumping, and it's really exciting and horrifying at the same time.
Absolutely. You want to get your name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup, as your name is, and none of these players have yet won. And we'll start off here with Paul with Jack 10, my favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. And he's raised it to 500,000. Landon has 3-bet to 1.2 million with Ace Jack. And right behind here, our chip leader, Matt, with Ace King suited here. What should he be doing from the small blind here?
Well, he is out of position. He has a beautiful suited hand, and the second guy in chips just 3-bet, so he gets to put a lot of pressure on him. He could be doing this with a lot of hands that aren't this good as well. So if you're Landon, it's kind of like one of those, you know, well, that's annoying, but I got to fold here.
And he did raise it and wins this pot. Takes up 2.2 million in this pot. Good start when you're the chip leader.
Trust me, I wasn't.
Now, he's only 23 years old. Do you remember being 23 now?
No, I do not.
Neither do I. That's a distant memory. So he had a lot of confidence coming in here and starting off as a chip
I
lead.
was ready.
Actually,
Young
wait.
will
Nope. Yep.
he
Never
wears
mind.
the sweater
I don't
anyway.
remember.
Yeah, and I think Landon's only 24, so quite a young final table here.
25.
25.
I just
okay.
looked at it. Yep.
All right. And Paul here in seat number 4.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds.
He's folding. Matt has 10-7.
Yep. He's on the button. He gets to put some pressure here.
500,000.
He does raise to 500,000. Blinds are 125, 250 to start the day.
2 folds.
Didn't have too long of a day yesterday to get down to the final 6. They came back with 16 yesterday. 1,435 started this event. First place in this event is 662,000, which includes that seat to the $10,400 season-ending WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas. Coming up in a couple weeks. We'll see you there, yeah?
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
Probably.
We'll see you there.
You never know.
And people are going crazy trying to get into that free roll, the 500K free roll.
500K.
For Club WPT Gold, yeah.
I thought it was 5 million.
5 million, excuse me.
Yeesh, why are you underselling it?
Yeah, 5 million, excuse me. Landon here under the gun with king 10.
5 folds.
He does fold.
6
Florian, the only international player, and he's from France, he does fold as well.
Raise.
Matt Beinner does raise now with ace queen. Now, is he getting a lot of credit for raising since he's done the first 3 pots?
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting situation we have with the table because
3 folds.
usually at a final table, the big stack will be putting pressure and stealing those blinds because they can. They don't have to risk being eliminated. But he's got a very experienced tournament pro, Francis Anderson, who's just been playing tons of volume and having some great results lately on the short stack. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of hands Francis might shove all in and take advantage of the perceived wide opening range of Matt.
He does as expected there. Shows the ace queen. Are you a fan of showing? I know Tony Dunst is not.
Maybe he's trying to just build up that credibility because he wants to start stealing more in the future, because he wants them to think that, you know, he's not getting out of line. That would be a good reason to show, but I would probably just muck it and let them think I'm a psycho when in reality I'm just playing good hands.
That's correct. All right, Florian with ace 5 suited.
6 raises to 500.
And he will raise under the gun to 500,000.
1 folds.
Matt folds, 7 deuce. Dylan now with ace 4. He's on the button. He lets it go. And Paul Domb with jack 7.
4 folds.
Looks like he's going to find a customer with Landon. Got the ace 8 suited. Very easy hand to defend. Well, it's not a fold, let's put it that way.
And he does make the call. So as you see, Landon here is 54% with a 19% tie. And the flop does come 2 hearts, 9-9-3. Landon flopping that flush draw.
Checks.
Landon checks.
Six checks.
And a check. Florian says when he's not playing poker, he's eating. And 4 clubs on the turn gives him a straight draw. And we'll see what happens here on the turn card after the check on the flop. I'm a big fan of eating as well, as
Eating's
you can
great.
probably tell.
Very necessary.
And Landon checks one more time. Do you like that check again from Landon?
So if I think I have the best hand with the ace 8, I like checking, but I think that betting is
Ooh,
also
look
nice
at this.
because
And Florian makes a wheel here with the deuce on the river.
looking at the hands, the check is really, really good for Landon, but if you think that Florian might have a bigger ace, you can put a bet out that will be really hard for Florian to call and maybe get him to fold like an ace-jack or ace-queen.
And Landon does check the river. And Florian does make 1.5 million. And he finds a fold here. So that pot could have been bigger.
Well, I think
And-
Landon wins if he bets turn.
Yeah.
He puts a nice size out there, and Florian can't really call with his hand. I don't think. Maybe he can. I mean, you never know.
You want to be louder? Or wait till I double up.
But all things considered, you know, he had Florian in really bad shape. He had a bigger ace. He had a bigger draw. And he kept him in and just got a little unlucky, but then made a good fold on the river. So,
Yeah, right there I might have bet on the turn myself.
because
What do I know? I'm the amateur, but I would have definitely bet on the turn. And Matt with 7-8 of spades under the gun.
Raise.
He's going to raise 500,000.
500,000.
So what do we know about our chip leader, Matt?
I don't know too much about him. I just see here that he did have a score of 204,000, and he finished second in Big O at the WSOP. And he got started by his sisters, playing poker with his sisters. He considers himself an aggressive player. Do you know much about him? Have you played with him much?
I've never seen him. Well, I don't think I know him.
Okay. He's from New York.
3 raises to 1.5
And
million.
Dylan makes it a 3-bet here, 1.5 million with ace jack. Queen 8 lays it down.
6 folds.
And Matt lets it go as well. Dylan will win this first pot here for him at the final table. My partner here, Matt Waxman, looking over the bio sheets. You see anything interesting?
I'm trying to decipher Matt's handwriting right now. I see that he went to Tulane, which is pretty cool, and he describes himself as an aggressive-ish. Okay, not fish, an aggressive-ish. Okay, that's good. Selective aggression is definitely a good way to win tournaments.
Where is Tulane, and what is their mascot?
2 folds.
Is it like a green
The
wave?
Green Wave, that
And
is
they're
correct.
and I know that they're in New Orleans, which is a very fun city. My cousin actually went to Tulane.
Oh, nice. All right, Paul here with jacks. What about Paul? Paul's a local player
Yep.
here. He considers himself fortunate. He thinks poker's
played-
very intuitive, and
4 raises to 500,000.
he's just happy to be here, he said. And
Played a
he
lot with Paul.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, in the local tournaments, I've seen him for years, and he's always really well conducted at the table. You know, he's definitely thinking about his decisions, and you can tell he loves to play poker. So
5 raises to 1.2 million.
The raise is to 1.2 million. Oh, and now Matt with kings here. Big trouble for Paul. Potentially. 1.2 is what Landon made it with ace-9 of clubs.
yeah, I mean, Paul's only got 5 million chips here. I really wouldn't recommend folding your jacks in this spot, even though we can see that Matt has kings.
1 raises to 3 million.
Because, like,
There's
I
a
don't-
4-bet to 3 million from Matt here. You hear that in the background? That is the protection poker action clock that we do use here. The players have 30 seconds to act pre-flop, and time extensions that will equal 30 seconds. So big decisions. You get a little more time on them if you need it, but there is some pressure there with those time clocks in play.
yeah, with this dynamic, I mean, I don't really know how Matt plays, but I can't see you folding jacks
4
here.
raises to
And he does move all in for 5.4 million. A snap call here from Matt. And Paul's going to see the bad news. Jacks versus Kings early on here at this final table. Paul Domb at risk here.
We're gonna need it.
Tough one for our philanthropist and financier. Been playing poker for 40 years, he says.
How are we looking, guys?
But he's in a tough position now. Kings versus Jacks. We could possibly have our first elimination here. 6th place is $140,000. Not bad for a week's work. But 6-4 deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds. Both players with a diamond in their hand, so that does not help Paul on that flop. Turn card is a 10. And Paul down to 2 outs here. He could be our first player eliminated in 6th place. And it's a 3. And that's going to do it. We're going to lose Paul Domb here early on this final table. He'll take home $140,000, but not what he wanted coming into today. Good week for Paul. It's nice to see him at the final table. He's a local favorite here at the Seminole Hard Rock, and Jason Heidenthal says he's a very good man. So kind of hoping for better things for Paul, but he'll be all right. and we're down to the final 5.
Here we are. 5 left.
5 left,
That was quick.
184,000 for the next player to get eliminated.
And
None
the
of them
chips
want
are
that.
going toward the chip leader, who's now at 125 big blinds.
Wow.
Over twice as much as second place Landon Tice.
Yeah, they are fairly deep here for a final table, and WPT has a fantastic structure created by a fantastic tournament director back in the day.
I was hoping
No?
you had 5 at me.
What?
Come on, Matt. You got to admit, the WPT structures are the best in poker for these tournaments, yeah?
Are you trying to get me to compliment you?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you know how I feel about that.
You got to love it. I mean, you have 2 titles yourself, so you must
1.5.
you must like it. All right, so we're down Paul here. Now, Dylan, some big hands here early in this final table. You love to see it. Dylan with ace-jack here. Dylan says he's going to use his experience from the last final table here. He feels like it gives him a little more confidence going in here. Same thing for Landon as well. And Landon says he's here just to make Matt Berkey richer.
Oh, God. I was rooting for Landon until that.
Poor Berkey. He's so mistreated. And they have a podcast that he does called
Only
Only
Friends.
Friends, and Landon's on there
Yep.
quite often when he's not out making final tables. Dylan does get the win here, picks up 625,000. I spoke to all of these players earlier this morning interviewed them. All of them very well spoken, and for their age, being so young, very confident. I was kind of shocked by that. Usually people are a little more nervous when they do that thing, and being on camera, and Matt and Dylan, being so young, and Landon, they were all great. Francis as well.
How old is Dylan?
Dylan, I would say, let's take a look. He is 33.
Okay, that's not so young. He is kind of new on the tournament scene, though. He's been around. I met him about maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and I got to tell you, his results have been so impressive. He's such a calculated player. He's very smart, very collected. And if I was sitting at this table, I'd certainly be a little scared of playing some big pots with Dylan.
Florian raises to 500,000. Matt now with ace-jack makes the call. In position here on the button. And Francis now with kings. Holy cow, getting some big hands here early on. Do you like a shove here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Francis is in the small blind, and he has a great hand. He's definitely getting called by Matt. I mean, I would imagine. And there's already some extra dead money from Florian's open, so...
All right, so you don't know this, but he has a jacket behind him. It's Young Q. I don't know if you've seen him on any live streams. He puts his jacket on and stands up when you're all in.
Who?
Whether you've got the guy covered or you are the shorter stack, he will stand up and put this jacket on. Young Q is a player that just won in Montreal. He won the WPT Prime there. He made the final table in Jacksonville, and that's his thing. And he's borrowed that jacket, and you'll see him putting it on right now.
Oh, Francis.
Yeah, Francis is putting on Young Q's jacket. I don't think he knows how to put it on yet. He's trying to figure it out.
He is so nervous.
He's not doing a very good job of it, but he's in the lead here with kings.
Must
up against
hold.
Matthews. Up against Matthews ace-jack. We'll see how it plays out here, but Francis is now at risk.
We're good to go?
All in for 2.175, and the flop is 3 spades, queen, 9, 7. Matt
Oh,
has
boy.
the ace of spades in his hand. Francis with the king of spades, so he does have a little protection there with that, but he has 11 outs for the spade flush and 3 aces. Turn card is a 6, 6 of clubs.
It's a clean turn for Francis. He's back to a 75% favorite.
Down to the river card, and Francis needing it not to be one of those cards. It's a queen, and he's doubled up. The protection from Young Q has worked. He's going to get a high five from Young Q over there, and there's Adam Hendricks as well. So the jacket's working. I think he's going to keep it. You're unfamiliar with the Young Q jacket, huh?
I need a lucky jacket.
Yeah, it's a lucky jacket. It's won a few tournaments, made a few final tables here on the World Poker Tour, and Young Q Song is actually chasing the Player of the Year here. So,
Who is?
Young Q, the guy that's the holder of the jacket.
I heard if Landon gets first, he's player of the year.
Yeah, not player of the year yet because we do have
He takes the lead.
championship. Yeah, Landon would take the lead with a win here today.
5.35.
What do we got on Francis's sheet? Let's
Well, he started the day as a short stack. Francis, let's take a look. He says he's a dropout from college.
His biggest cash was $500,000 for the World Series of Poker Independence Day. That sounds like a fun tournament.
6 raises to 500.
He once dated
poker-
an Instagram Costa Rican Instagram model.
His favorite game, when we ask that, it's usually a poker game. It's beer pong. And his favorite player is Ren Lim, Lady Gaga. Did you get a chance to play with Ren Lim at all?
I feel like I was there with Landon in this casino when Ren made up the Lady Gaga thing.
What is that about? I still
Every
didn't
single
notice
time
that.
he won an all-in or won a pot, he would yell, "Touchdown, Tom Brady."
Touchdown, Tom.
Extremely loud. And it just became a thing, and then he just started doing it a lot. And I feel like we were the first ones to witness it.
He's a wild man. All right, Florian here now is raised with ace-7 of spades. The action is now to Dylan. He's in a small blind. He's already in for half that amount with the small blind.
3 raises to 2
And
million.
he is going to re-raise it. It's made it 2 million with king 5.
5 folds.
Florian from France. Living now in Malta.
Great 3-bet by Dylan. He just takes a hand like king 5 off and wins a nice pot by putting pressure on the right guy at the right time.
Florian originally from Nice. That's where he grew up. Nice in France. Have you ever been to Nice?
Of course I've been to Nice, France.
That's where you fly into when you go to Monaco or Cannes or Nice itself.
Yeah, they used to have the World Series of Poker Europe there for a couple of years. The Partouche Poker Tour. You remember that one?
I do remember that.
That was in Nice, which is neighboring Cannes in the south of France. Very
exactly.
very
Back in
nice
the day,
area.
5 million guarantee on that one. I remember that very well. And 5 million free roll coming up at the win.
5 million.
It's going to be amazing.
It's a lot
All
more
right,
than 500,000.
ace-9 suited. We've seen this hand like 5 times already today. This time it gets a raise from Matthew to 500,000.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Another king rag in the small blind.
Fold it around. And Matt's going to take this one down too. Matt, quite common name here. Both commentators, Matt Waxman, Matt Savage here. Matt, and we both like to be where the other Matt is at, which is at this final table. Matt Beinner here. To school for marketing. He's actually got a job here. It says marketing in poker. Okay. Interesting.
That's his job?
That's what it says.
What's is there a company he's marketing for?
I'm not sure.
Huh.
His prior education was a college student, and his favorite poker player is Patrick Leonard.
Pads. Legend.
Pads is actually, he says he's stuck in the United States. He
It's a
lost his
beautiful
passport.
day for a beautiful day.
He
Patrick
lost
Leonard.
his passport.
Did he really?
And he can't get to where he wants to go. So we'll see you down in the win.
Yeah, I know he's been
Pads.
playing cash at Bellagio every day. He's loving it. I think he might have like deliberately lost his passport.
All right, Landon here with ace-10 suited. Florian with ace-10 offsuit. Dylan did raise to 500,000. Landon to make the call with that hand, and I think Florian here. Does he raise here?
You could even fold here. I mean, but yeah, raising is nice. You know, you got 2 aggressive players.
Does
There's-
3-bet to 2 million? Matt
1 fold.
is folding.
3 folds.
Dylan lets it go, and now to Landon. Landon now with 14.2 million. That's 1/7 of his stack. If he makes this call, what are you going to do here, Mr. Waxman?
Well, this is a tricky spot for Landon because his hand is like a little under-repped. I think with Ace-10 suited is a little bit better than your perceived calling range, but what's your read on Florian? You know, if he's not playing too many hands, when you're facing a 3-bet from him for a third of his chips, where he could easily just be shoving flops, it's really hard to make that call, even though, you know, we can see that they got the same hand.
He does make a fold.
So really well-timed 3-bet there by Florian. He's going to pick up over 1 million chips there and win a nice pot out of position with the Ace-10 off. Landon rocking the McLovin ID from Superbad on his shirt.
McLovin ID, the Team Lucky hat.
3 folds.
He's on top of his meme game for sure.
He's got some hair that we want to see here, rather than that Team Lucky hat. Sorry, Sean D, but wish he had the hair out.
When did he get that hat? Because I know that those that crew is a little very selective with who they give one of those hats to.
Yeah,
but
I don't think
know,
they've
maybe
been running very good either, to be honest.
they're running. You don't think they're running good?
I don't think Team Lucky's running very good.
Yeah.
All right, 500,000 here. It's nice to see Sean Deeb down here and Matt Glantz as well.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
I like those guys. All right, Florian does get the win here with the Ace-Queen. It's so much better than final tables where you see no hands for hours. This has been action-packed from the start.
Yeah, and that shot clock, definitely action clock, protection.
It's an action clock. The protection
poker action clock. Certainly.
Yeah, I'm trying to get shot clock to be out of the poker sphere, because you know what? It's not. You're not taking shots. You're trying to create action.
Action clock.
Correct?
Bet clock.
Yeah.
Decision clock.
Decision clock. Action. We want action. Speaking of action, Landon here with Ace King.
5 raises to
He
500.
makes it 550.
6 folds.
A fold there. Matthew with 10-3 suited. He lets it go. Francis with King-4. He is also out. And Dylan.
Oh my goodness.
With pocket aces here.
The money's going in here, folks. Landon can't wait to 4-bet this hand.
Really?
Oh yeah, you have Ace King against Dylan. You're thrilled to 4-bet this hand. He's probably gonna 4-bet call it off. So this stinks for our young favorite Landon.
Three raises to 2.2 million.
Makes it 2.2 million. And now Landon facing that 3-bet.
I wonder if the stacks are like awkward enough where Landon might just call here. I don't. I mean, I know the solver is always going to just put more bets in here, but like,
Is he a solver player?
he
I believe
he
so,
is
yes.
indeed a solver player. Yeah, he's. I mean, he's a great player, Landon. He's been learning a lot of poker stuff. He's really well informed, but I just don't see him getting away here. He does the click
He does
and
raise. Makes it 3.8 million, not using one of those time chips.
yep, and he's gonna call the all in, I believe.
So you're not just re-raising here. If you're Dylan, you are moving all in.
Not necessarily, but I mean, Landon's hand looks really strong here, and I don't think Landon's the type of guy that's going to put in a 4-bet and fold, like with a strong hand.
All right, so he's used the 30-second time chip. Little strategic move there.
I'm really interested to see if like there's any chance Dylan just calls here, but like I think he's just going to shove, and then Landon should call. But whenever you're 5-betting at a WPT final table, like it's always a pretty serious hand, you know. Yeah.
And he does move all in.
Yeah,
And he does make the call, and
Landon's-
he's not going to like what he sees. Aces versus Ace-King. This is really tough for Landon Tice.
Yeah, and when you're such an aggressive player like Landon, you get to put all the chips in with the Ace-King like profitably, like all the time. So when you run into aces, it's really unfortunate. There are some players that if they 4-bet and get shoved on, they can fold Ace-King because of their perceived images. I don't know if they know that or not, but
Right. So Landon still has chips behind. He is 1.1 million behind. Dylan is the all-in player. But we're going to see what's going to happen. This could leave Landon very short stacked here. Flop is very good for Dylan with a 9-7-4, 2 diamonds. He also has the ace of diamonds in his hand. That's not going to make a difference in this.
Landon needs 2 kings.
He needs running kings here. And it's 10 on the turn. And that's not going to be enough. Landon Tice loses this pot. Dylan Smith with a massive win here, up to 26 million with those aces. And just a tough one for Landon. You know, you play so well all week, and just to run into that early on the final table is just so tough.
This is tournament poker for you. It does stink to see like a cold deck knock out one of 2 great players like this. Well, he's not out yet, but you want to see the, the interesting decisions, the great bluffs, and everything.
Yeah, 4 big blinds. He's got all those time chips and not many play chips, unfortunately. Throw away that Team Lucky hat.
Burn it.
Burn it. Get rid of it.
Was he wearing that thing yesterday or the day before?
No, he wasn't. Sean Deeb gave it to him last night.
Oh, geez, the kiss of death from Sean Deeb.
Man, I hate to see that. I was hoping for a good run here today from Landon Tice. It's been such a major force in poker lately. They had that side bet during the summer with Jeremy Becker, and still up near the lead for the Player of the Year for WPT. So not all is lost here. He still has chips behind, and a couple double ups. Will be right back in this thing.
Run it up, Landon.
Make it happen.
I mean, things could not have gone better for Dylan. He has a very tough player on his left in Landon, and now he just doubled right through him. He's got pretty good position on the short stack and the chip leader. Dylan is sitting very pretty right now. Where's Dylan? Dylan's the new chip leader? Did he just?
No, I don't believe so.
He's still
I
not
believe
covering him?
Matt's still got the most, but it's close. It is very close. All right, Florian now with jacks.
And Landon's the big blind, so he has half of his chips invested already. One for the ante, one for the blind.
And we are blind first here now.
6 raises to 500.
How do you feel about that?
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
You know I don't like it, but
I don't really. No, I don't.
you don't care.
I'm
Yeah, I just
clocked
did.
out.
It's something we changed in the TDA this year because I felt like, other tours were already doing the same thing, and for the most part, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But I do feel like it's not the correct way. But I think that if everybody's doing the same way, it's better for the players, and that's all I really care about.
Because
Right.
the short stack has a better chance to chip up
Correct.
if they're short. Well, that's good for Landon then.
It is good lip for Landon. 3-bet to 1.5 million for Matt with my favorite hand, Ace Jack.
And that's
10.
good for Landon because now he gets the triple up, but he has 9 high.
Ugh,
So
what a tough spot here. Are you still? I don't know.
whatever Landon does is definitely better than my decision. I'll tell you
Okay.
that much. He knows this spot better than me. You got to imagine he's going to be around a 4-to-1 dog if Jack 10 folds. So mathematically, he might be getting the right price, but there might also be some value if Florian gets busted by Matthew here. Then Landon makes a massive pay jump, which is real
For
good.
me, I just hate to put my tournament life all in with 9-4, knowing that there's 2 other players that are potentially in this pot with you. So
Yeah, well, let's break it down. So he has 2 chips in and 2 back, right?
yeah,
So if he does win this pot, he's going to have 8 chips, 2 from each of them and his 2. Now, if he folds and he wins the next pot, the other person has 2. There's 2.5 chips in the pot. He puts 2 in, so it would be 4.5, I
yeah.
believe.
Matt flops a flush draw here. Queen 7 deuce. He's was in bad shape pre-flop, but now looking good with that flush draw as well. Backdoor straight draw as well.
Yeah, I think you fold and just try to hope that you get a ladder if you're Landon.
And
One bet's
This is just such a tough spot for Florian.
bet of 1.2 million.
Because Florian would be happy to just get all of his chips in before the flop with jacks, but he knows he has Landon as a short stack hanging in there. So there's a big pay jump here between fourth place and third.
I freaking hate jacks. Because
You do?
whenever I have jacks, there's a king, queen, or ace on the flop, and I always feel like I'm behind in the pot. But
Well, you'd be ahead here, but little does he know Matthew has a very big draw with his hand, and now an even bigger draw and a scarier card. So Florian just has to check fold to the barrel here, and he just gave up a bunch of his chips with the fourth best hand you could have.
he does check here.
This is a slam dunk continuation here from Matthew. Maybe even a shove.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you go big here, or do you just continue to bet?
I mean, it doesn't matter. Bet 3 million and call, or just shove. Like, either one is fine, in my opinion.
Okay.
Maybe shoving is better just to, like, stop the other guy from doing something.
one announces all.
He does move all in. That was one of the options he said. And as you said, Florian will have to let this go, and he does.
Yep, great job of applying pressure
That
there
wins his
from
pot.
our chip leader.
Increases his chip lead.
All right, players responsible.
Very nicely played.
23 years old, this kid.
23, playing great.
He does have the worst seat at the table with Francis on his immediate left and Dylan to the left of him there. But he's got the most chips. There's a look at our payouts here. You can see there's an $80,000 difference between fourth place and third place, as we were talking about that ladder.
Yes.
Wait, is there 5 left? Am I doing this wrong? There's
There-
5 left.
There is 5 left. Yeah.
Oh my.
184 to the next
Who
player
hired
out.
me?
Again, 662 for first place, including that seat.
So there's a 61.
WPT Championship where they can win millions more. So prize pool was 40 million last year at the win, and they ran some satellites here as well for that WPT Championship, expecting a massive field. There's going to be so many first-time players in a 10K event there.
Really?
At the win, yeah, because we have that free roll where 100 people are going to win seats. That the early seats, it was reported that 80% of them have never played a live tournament before, so that WPT Gold free roll is going to be amazing. And out of that, 100
How do you get
players.
in that thing?
100 players. You got to know somebody. 100 players are going to win seats into that, so it's going to be an amazing event. Not only that, they have the $5 million prime as well. And as soon as I leave here tomorrow, I'm going to be checking in the very next day into the win. So
This hand's probably good enough to go with against Francis's opening range.
absolutely.
We can see he's in bad shape, and Francis does have a much tighter opening range than the other 2 players, but
And he is all in.
Ace-3 suited is just way too good, so you got to go if you're Landon.
And no clubs. I got ace hit of hearts, ace for your clubs. Luck Landon.
All right, so Landon. There are some split pots here.
Mm-hmm.
19% to tie in this hand, so all hope it's not lost. And,
You can also win this hand
is
over
an
1
ante
and
in
4
there,
times.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace-3 of clubs versus Ace-8 of spades for Francis Anderson. And he's put on the jacket again. I don't think he knows how to put
There
on
it
a
is,
jacket. He needs
somehow.
help.
It's more of a blanket for him.
All right, there is 1 heart, 2 hearts, and a 6.
Oh boy.
So it's a tough spot here now.
6 is a good card for Landon.
6
as
is
long
a
as it's
good
not
card for
hearts.
Landon for the possible split pot. Turn card is a jack, not a
Okay,
bad card.
so now a 9 or better is also a split.
Yeah, as long as it's not a heart. And
High card.
here comes the river. Oh, it's a 6.
Sixes
It's a
and
split
jacks
pot.
with an ace kicker. And he's alive.
actually increases his chip stack with the ante in the pot. We
Oh
do
yeah,
have
he's
a
gonna do well there.
Those brown chips are 100K chips. The blue chips are 25Ks, and the banana colored chips are 500. We call those the bananas.
Yellow. I would say yellow, but
No, let's go with banana.
banana colored. What if it's a green banana that's not ripe yet, or a brown banana that's
Did you
too
hear
ripe?
about the banana that sold for $5 million?
6.2.
6.2 million, yeah.
Yeah, it was duct taped to a wall at Art Basel.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a message than an actual creation.
Oh,
but
yeah?
I don't really agree with the purchase. If I was his financial advisor, I'd probably have opted out of the purchase.
You would have gone for probably 62,000, 620,000, but not 6.2 million.
The guy just ate the banana instantly
I
after
know.
he bought it.
Weirdo.
I would have I don't know, maybe put it in
Crypto money, you know?
I don't think so.
I think he's got crypto money.
Was it a crypto guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dylan with Queen Jack. Raises to 500,000. Landon with 10 deuce. The Doyle Brunson, he lets that go. Florian with King 3 also out. And Matt with Ace 8. Will he defend his big blind? Yes, but for how much?
This might even be a decent 3-bet spot. Dylan's very deep, though. This is an interesting decision. We got the two chip leaders battling right now. Ace-8 off and Queen-Jack off.
These are the hands I like to see. Nothing really solid in these two players' hands, but it depends on how they play it, right?
All the flushes are possible right now.
All the flushes are possible. And as you see, we used a 4-color deck here. I like the green clubs. Green clovers. Flop King, 7, Queen. So
Is that an Office reference? The Clovers?
no, Lucky Charms. You never ate Lucky Charms?
You never saw The Office?
Yeah.
Phyllis wins a pot, and she goes ace high, and then they go, oh no, you got a flush, and she goes, oh, all clovers.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's.
I must have missed
I
that
love
one.
that show.
All clovers. So Dylan with pair here. Queens, middle pair. He does make a bet of 300,000. I always ask Tony about that. In the old days, you would never bet less than you bet pre. This is the down bet, yeah?
Eh.
Why?
I mean, I charge for that kind of explanation. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, a lot of the solvers will tell you to down bet flops because you're in position. So it definitely leaves you a lot of options on later streets. If your hand improves, you get to continue blasting away. If your hand is not so strong, you might be able to buy a cheap check back and get to the river. There's a lot of good things about it, for sure. And sometimes you even just win the pot with a little tiny bet, which is the best in my opinion.
All right, 4 on the turn. A rainbow flop. The river card is the 8. So now Matt has picked up a piece of this board.
Yep, his hand is good enough to check now, again. And I think Dylan's got it in him to put a little value bet in here. But let's
Does
see.
Matt have to call with catching that piece, though?
He could. Yeah, he certainly could. Oh, Matt's gonna bet. Looks like he's doing a 400,000, so it's like a block bet here, which Dylan won't be able to raise.
Does make the call and does take the pot with his pair of queens.
So you see that Matt lost this hand by betting 400,000 on the river, but what I think is really interesting is that if Matt checks, I think there's a reasonable chance that Dylan bets something like $1 million, or maybe even more, and then Matt could call with his hand and lose an extra 600,000. That's just a possibility. They could also just go check sometimes, and you never know. But not all bets that you lose are like a losing play, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Right. So that pot played as you expected, and I think that you're doing quite well today, Matt. You're on your game today.
Thanks.
On your game. Did you play in this event?
I did. I fired one bullet on Friday, and I had a mountain of chips going into the last level of the night, bluffed a lot of them off, and bagged just under starting stack.
All right, Landon now. This is it, right? This is the hand he's going with. He's going to go all in with the ace-9 for 850,000.
Yes, sir. He's got about 3.5 big blinds here, so he is going to be getting a call from Matthew. And if Matthew folded, Francis is probably calling his whole range.
825,000.
And this is a great spot for Matt to make it more because he wants Francis out of the pot so he can win the pot. But if Landon doubles here, that's actually not bad for Matt because he has the most chips on the table and he'll be able to continue to apply pressure to the other players and accumulate more chips because they're all very mindful of that money ladder.
Amateur players are going to get upset with Matt for raising there because they want the limp and to eliminate the player, but
It's a good raise.
there's a reason for doing that.
It's a very good raise, yeah.
Okay.
Now if Matt was like 4th in chips and he wants to...
Oh, look at this. And he just flops Gin here. He flops a flush, a royal flush draw. Landon does have a pair. He now has trips. He has trip aces.
Can he beat all clovers?
Yes, he can. This is an amazing turn card here. Landon giving Landon a lot of outs here.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a jack on the river.
The kid is alive.
And he overcomes it.
Go, Landon. I'm not going to lie. I was rooting for Landon there.
Clovers, Team Lucky.
Yep. Oh, God. The hat's still on. All right. Maybe there is hope for the hat. We'll see.
At least, that's America.
That was sick. Landon was about a 3% chance to win that hand after the flop.
Holy cow.
And now he's up to 9 big blinds,
and
which
3%
means
of all the chips.
he can
3%
shove all
for
in
3
now
blinds.
and actually just win the pot without contest, which
There
is
you
really
go.
fun.
How much do you say, Abdel?
He could also take the blinds and not be completely decimated with his stack.
Wow. What a flop. What a turn and what a river for Landon Tice.
So that's
From the
when,
outhouse to the penthouse, they say.
So when you're playing a tournament and you have all the chips, like, and you experience a hand like that, if you're Matt and he's only 23 years old, where you flop a flush, you think you're not going to play her out, and you're on your way to the finish line, and then somehow he miracles that win.
Yeah.
You know, you got it. You might go on tilt for something like that. You know,
Yeah.
it might mess
might.
with you a little bit. So I'm
I'm not
interested
sure
to see
you
if he.
would, and I'm not sure he would, but I think I would.
I'm interested to see if he keeps his composure. That's all I'm saying. You know,
Alright.
I know when you're a younger player, it might be tough to overcome stuff like that, but he's still chip leader or 2nd in chips and doing quite well. He's
he's
playing
chip
quite
leader.
well as well.
He's on the button here. And he is raising with Queen 5. Francis with 10-8 in the small blind. Lets it go. And now Dylan Jack 4 suited.
Yep. He will not be folding this hand.
Okay. You are correct. He does make the call here. And we'll go with the flop here. Queen 5 versus Jack 4. And the flop is a Jack 10 and a 6. So top pair here for Dylan on that flop. Also the heart. So a backdoor flush draw. And that's going to lead out here for 700,000.
Yep. Looks like he's going to continue for around half of the pot. Dylan should just be calling, giving him some rope to keep bluffing. And that's a great call by Dylan because you could see he has an 85% chance to win. So he just thinks that Matt's capable of bluffing with a wide variety of hands that don't have much equity against him, and he wants to let him continue to do that.
Turn card, a deuce of clubs. So if you're Dylan here, you check again. Is Matt going to now shut it down, or is he going to continue here?
Well, I'm interested to see that for sure. It looks like he's still firing, and he is blasting big. 2.5 million. That's about a pot-sized bet.
And this is a chip leading pot. So we could have a new chip leader after this hand. As you see, Dylan with the best hand on that flop.
And you wonder if Dylan is picking up that Matt did just lose to a gross run out, and maybe he's more inclined to just pull a bad bluff here with a couple of barrels. He might use a time chip here. Oh, nope. He knows he's calling this.
And he does make a call.
He's a 93% chance of being the, well, he has to call the river too, but this is just a great spot by Dylan. He's got a guy putting in some really bad chips with 3 outs against him.
Now 2 pair here.
And he just, now he has a hand he could check raise on the river, which is just amazing because like Matt could still bet queens plus. So Dylan's going to check here, and he might even check raise if Matt did decide to continue.
He did check, and that's going to be 2 pair here. And Matt does throw those cards towards the muck. And now if you're Matt's position, you're thinking, I had the chip lead, I was cruising along, flopped near the nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I'm telling you, mentally this is not good, especially when you're a young kid, but I mean, I don't know. He's been playing really well up until this point, so let's see if the young guy can regain his composure and start collecting some chips again.
Dylan Smith, our new chip leader. It's got a lot of bananas up front there. Florian with Queen 5. This is the hand that Tony and I talk about a lot. The Queen 5 suited is something good now.
You like that hand?
I don't know.
You have a name for it?
No.
You gotta make one.
I don't know, but it's the new cool hand to raise with.
Maybe you could call it the Savage.
No, let's not do that.
And then it'll blow up and get you in the Hall of Fame.
Maybe the 10th time's a charm.
You do have the record, right? Most nominations without induction.
I believe I do. Ace Francis here now, ace 10. He's all in with ace 10 of hearts. Landon with 6 deuce. He still has enough chips to get away from that, and he does. And Francis wins the pot. He's supposed to stand up and put the jacket on. If you do it in true Young Q style, you're supposed to stand up and put that jacket on, Francis.
How many sides does that die have that Francis is holding there?
That's a good question. You probably have a term for it. It looks
6.
like
It looks like a 12-sided die is my guess.
Yeah, 12 probably. What is that called? You're a college educated.
I don't know. They don't teach you that stuff in college. I didn't learn anything in college. I was playing poker, getting cheated in Tallahassee home games.
You're a college man.
Yeah. At college orientation, my parents asked me what I wanted to major in, and I said, I don't care. I'm playing poker right when I graduate. They were not happy.
And look what you've become. Fantastic young man.
They were right. I should have been a doctor.
Francis now here with jacks. You go right back to the well here and shove again?
Well, he's got 20 big blinds, so that's a stack that you could just raise a little bit, hoping somebody shoves over the top of you with a lower pair or a suited ace or something like that. He has a hand where he wants to get someone in with him, not get him to fold.
I hate jacks. Florian with 10-8. He's going to get out of the way here in the big blind, I believe.
Jacks are good in the right situation. You know, you can't just always love them, you know, but sometimes
I can always hate them.
Sometimes they're the medicine.
I hate them. All right, he does make the call here.
And you're in a great spot here, if you're Francis, because you got a guy with 2 cards under your pair. So if he hits one of those, you could get some value out of him, but you're still in really good shape.
Francis is a shorter stack, but a lot of his chips would be in the middle if he were to make an all-in move here. 6.2 to 4.4 behind, and the flop. Look at that flop.
Oh my. Both players have a pair and a gut shot, but Francis, as you can see, is over a 4-1 favorite with his jacks.
Check, check. Do you like that check from Francis?
I do.
Okay.
You have a good hand. You don't mind keeping them in, but you also don't want to bet and have to fold your hand.
5 on the turn.
If you're Francis, you can bet call, but then you're up against the queen so often, and you're just like hating life. So I don't mind him keeping him in, and he can maybe go for some value here in the turn.
Florian checking here.
I want to see him bet like 700 here. I think that's a good size for your hand, and he could probably get a call out of the 8.
Checks again.
Then again, you do have Landon, who's very short, so you might want to be passive here and not want to cripple your own stack with a hand that's not so great. So I guess that's good reason for Francis to continue to check his hand.
All right, so now Florian takes the lead in this pot. with the eights. He does not. He checks it.
Surely he'll go for some value here, right?
You would
Just a
hope.
little bit.
And he does. He bets 750. Francis does with those jacks. Now, does Florian have enough to call here?
He might. I mean, this is such an odd line for Francis to decide to bluff with his hand.
Right.
But if you're Florian, you're getting 3-1 to make the call. So if he's
And he
literally
does make
bluffing,
the call and doesn't like what he sees.
Okay. Yeah, we're cooking.
Turned out really well there. I don't know. Like you said, I was probably betting on the turn there, but I don't know.
I think with the short stack, it actually makes it an even better check if you're Francis.
Okay.
And he's still probably only getting one bet either way. So, I mean, that's probably why this guy is at this final table and I'm not, because he's just doing some really smart things. And that's a nice pot for him there.
And Francis made this final table. And he won the high roller in Paris for 190,000. I'm sorry, that's Florian. Francis made this final table in 2019 and also finished recently number 8 in Jacksonville. So he's playing quite well. Playing quite well, running well, and once dated a Costa Rican Instagram model.
Impressive. That's his most impressive accomplishment that he wrote down.
Have you ever been to Costa Rica, man?
I haven't, but I hear it's amazing. I actually have some friends going there this
amazing.
weekend.
He's trying to play like Ben Wing, so that's interesting.
Play like him or run like him?
He's trying to play like him.
Okay. Maybe it's the same thing.
When asked how other players would describe him, he says, funny and handsome. That's how I've heard you describe yourself before.
No, certainly not.
Excuse me?
Me?
Do you remember when we were at the pool that one time
No.
and you were taking
I
pictures of me? Do you
Don't
that?
remember that at all.
You don't remember
It sounds like a traumatic experience that I've repressed from my memory.
You were taking pictures of me in the pool.
No, I took a video of Mary Ann taking a picture of you because
Yes.
you were doing a WPT like promotional thing, and I thought it was hilarious that you had like. Usually it's the guy filming the woman as the Instagram model, but you were being. The
I did
model
get
for-
offered to be a model once.
I don't. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. That's false.
You picked my bluff straight off.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a brand that would want you to represent them, and I couldn't come up with anything.
Matthew here now with Ace King.
Maybe like a retirement golfing home or something. They'd love you.
The raise to 625.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
And Francis now with queens.
Looks like Landon has a chance at a pay jump here too, because Francis should be getting this money in. You want to 3-bet your hand and call Matt's all in if you have queens here and you're Francis.
You go for it here for
Oh
Francis.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
This
okay.
is a very good hand. Matt's been playing very aggressively. Like Francis is doing this and hoping Matt now shoves with jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, all those hands that play really strong blind versus blind.
The raise is to 1.55.
Yep. If they don't get the money in here pre-flop, then I'll be shocked.
And there it is, the all in. And the snap call. The classic Queens versus Ace King.
Put your jacket on.
The jacket is on.
And Matt says, no jacket, no jacket. He's a believer, too, in the superstition.
Yeah, 5% fine. And I got the Tableists covered.
Francis came in the day with 13 big blinds, I believe, and now
Yeah.
he's playing a pot for 50 big blinds, which is just what a start for him.
All right, we're going to see as we go to the flop. There is a clean flop, 7-4-9. Queens in the lead. Ace King running flush draw for Matt.
Running
Possible.
clovers.
Running clovers. Turn card is coming up here.
Oh,
It's a king. And Francis now down to 2 outs. He
keep the
needs a
jacket
queen
on.
here.
Keep it on.
No, you got to keep the jacket on. Can't take it off. Here comes the river card. It's a 10.
That's unfortunate.
And that's unfortunate, too. We're going to lose Francis Anderson. He's going to be our 5th place finisher. He will take home $184,000. A great run here.
Oh, that's a really good sportsmanship out of France, and he says to Matt that he wants to see him win it. That's the guy that just busted you, so, like, you know, that makes you want to root for Francis even more.
Young Q got his jacket back. Good run for Francis. Nice guy. I've always enjoyed him in my tournaments, and so it's good to see him do well this week, but was hoping for a little better result. And we're down to the final 4. Looking at the chat on YouTube. If you guys are watching on YouTube, I'm checking out the chat. Biddy Plays Poker says, Waxman is killing it at commentary. I'm happy to hear that. Not sure you know who that is. People rooting for Landon Tice. Let me know in the YouTube chat who you're rooting for and where you're doing it from. We should get players watching from all over the world. Happy to be here. I'm Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, here with a 2-time WPT champion, Matt Waxman. Looks like Landon has a lot of fans here. Landon is from Florida, but he lives in Vegas.
He is. He was born in Boca Raton, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is not too far from where I went to high school.
Nice. $245,000 guaranteed now for a 4th place finish, says Jimmy Bluffett. We love Beinner. There you go.
All right.
Watching from Syria.
Landon just got that nice pay jump, and now here he is going for the double against our... Is Dylan... No, Dylan's no longer chip leader because Matt just busted Francis.
Oh, that's correct. So we have a new chip leader, but Landon Tice all in with King Jack up against a pair of deuces.
Yep.
From Colorado, they're pulling from Landon.
If Landon can win this pot, he's back
Australia.
over 3 million chips.
All right. The big all-in here. Landon looking to double up one more time and literally be right back in this thing if he could do it again. And the flop is a 10-7-4. Landon's got the overcards here.
Queen?
Running straight draw
Just for
potential
the fun.
as well. Turn card is a 9, and now if that queen would make a straight.
Landon needs a paint card.
Any paint.
Paint and only paint will keep our young friend alive.
And it is. Kings on the river for Landon. He doubles up one more time.
Sure does make it exciting, huh?
$4 million, yeah.
Some amazing rivers here for Landon.
Look at that. From Georgia, from Vegas, everybody's all over the world. Australia, South Africa, welcome. Maryland, Yemen.
They do call it the World Poker Tour, right?
Monterey County, California, my neck of the woods. People watching from there. I was born and raised just 90 minutes north of Monterey, Australia, Colorado. Mr. Worldwide, India. We got some India, Brazil, Syria, New Orleans. Welcome all. Great to see you. Texas baby. Wendy Beinner, she's watching. His aunt is watching from Burlington, Virginia. Vermont, excuse me, Burlington, Vermont. More India and Germany as well. Thank you guys for tuning in.
A very diverse audience today.
Love to see it. This is the World Poker Tour. All right, Matt raises with the Queen 9 to 500,000. And we talked about Matthew's mindset earlier. You said he lost a couple of those hands, big hands, but then did eliminate Francis. So he's got that confidence
and
right
we
back.
don't know if he necessarily started playing worse. I mean, that Queen 5 off was a little loose, but he was the chip leader, and I mean, maybe it was a good play. So I wouldn't really write him off as going on tilt. I was just curious to see how he'd handle that adversity.
Well, helps when you get ace king.
Yep. You get ace king and you knock
And
out a
hold,
really
right?
tough player on your left.
All right, Landon has 3-bet here with King 3 to 1.1 million. What are you thinking about that? I mean, in this spot, you just doubled him up. You don't want to double him up again, right?
Yeah, did Matt open this hand up?
He did.
Okay, and then Landon put in just a 3-bet.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, Queen 9 does not feel like a good hand right now.
Yeah, and
And
he does
look
let
at
it
that.
go. And Landon
Both
gaining
Landon,
a little confidence there. He's got a little swagger.
both Landon and Dylan found a really, really well-timed 3-bet out of the blinds with King Rag offsuit.
Right.
And they picked up some nice chips because of it.
Call it chill. Fold would have been even chiller.
Yeah, that would be
probably.
the most chill for you. We gotta get him like in the graphics somewhere between you two, like the actual meme.
Down to the final 4.
Landon and Matt are talking about the very chill guy meme, hoping that they could somehow get him into the broadcast. Maybe the production team could get him seated in between Matt and Dylan via request of our players.
Jimmy Bluffett, 245, says it's for 4th place. 245, first place 662. Again, with that seat where you can win millions more at the World Poker Tour Championship.
And all these players won a seat into the free roll, right?
All of these players won a seat to the free roll except for Florian because he is an international player and gold is just for American and Canadian players. And
I love that.
all in 30 million with 6.5. You do love that?
Sorry, international people.
Well, it seems like, American players have been mistreated for a long time in that venue, right?
We need an American poker tour where we can keep all of our fish to ourselves and keep the money in the country.
Let's go. I don't like to call them fish. I like to call them
The
recreational
Europeans love the
players.
Americans to come. They're like, please, America, come play with us.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for you.
They love it.
Yeah.
That just goes to tell you, again, how soft that tournament's going to be, that free roll, because no international players are allowed.
That and the fact that people who've never even played poker are also allowed, yet
That's
encouraged.
correct. Dylan with King 7, he does let it go. Landon now with 9s. Is this a shove spot once again?
Well, he's got 3.9 million,
Raise.
so that's
He raises
13
to
big-
500,000.
oh my
no! And now
goodness.
Florian with the 10s right behind.
very unfortunate for Landon.
So now Florian can shove here, yeah?
Yeah, Florian's going to put the money in. Landon's going to gladly call because he has a monster with 2 9s. And he has to assume Florian's going to have way worse hands than him.
He does
Florian's
move
going
all
to do
in.
this with 8s and lower, some aces.
Matthew with Jack 6 lets it go and let the heads-up battle continue. Come on, Landon says. 9s versus 10s. What is going on? He's had such good hands to
We
make
didn't
these
get him
moves
back to
with.
3.9 million just to go out like this, man.
Yeah, and Landon looking for a 9 here. He is
He's got me covered.
2 suits different for both players. Florian nervously stacking his action clock chips. Those time chips from Chipco.
He's winning. 2.5.
All right, we got all the flushes live. That's good for the underpair.
That is good for the underpair. 9s versus 10s. Landon Tice all in. Earned at least 245,000, but he doesn't want it. He wants more, and we have a flop coming up now.
5, 6, 7 flop, one time.
6, 7 would be interesting. And the flop is a queen 8 and a 9.
No.
That is not the flop he was hoping for. Florian has the heart in his hand as well. The only backdoor flush draw turn card is a heart. Down to 1 out. He's down to the 9 of spades. That's a tough spot to be in if you're Landon. And the last card is a 10.
Wow.
Makes a set on the river. Florian has eliminated Landon Tice. He is our 4th place.
It was a great
finisher.
ladder for Landon, and really unfortunate to run his ace king into Dylan's aces. But he's just not going to complete that miraculous comeback we were witnessing.
He does pick up $245,000 for his week's work. Family there with him today.
Didn't even gone through a level.
It's been a great day.
Trying to help our friend make its play.
Moving fairly quickly down. We're down to 3 players already. And these players are going to be fairly deep here. Hour-long levels at the final table. It does go to 30-minute levels heads up. You see all those time chips there. Pick them up, Jason Heidenthal. Pick those time chips up. We are at the Rock and Roll Poker Open at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Matt Waxman here with Matt Savage here at this final table. It's been a quick moving table. A lot of big action hands here. We've seen jacks multiple times, ace kings, ace nine suited, and queens, jacks multiple times. Big hands here. You love to see it. And Dylan gets a walk here, something we haven't seen to this point, a 10-6.
He's feared, Dylan.
He is feared. That's what you're afraid of. It's cold in here. Baby, it's cold outside. Oh, you can't sing that song anymore. That song's banned. Did you know that?
I heard.
Yeah, it's
I'm
banned.
surprised.
I don't know. It's crazy. There's a comedian that does a bit on that.
I know. I saw it.
I just saw it too.
Yeah, that was so funny.
It was very funny. Because, baby, it's cold in here. All right. Christmas season coming up. I'm excited. Still got big events coming up here at the Wynn. This has been a fantastic series. The Rock and Roll Poker Open has been here at Seminole Hard Rock. They just do a fantastic job. All the way from the top, Bill Mason, the Director of Poker Operations. He doesn't like the credit. He doesn't like to be called out, but he does an amazing job. He's been here for, I think, 15 years now, along with the World Poker Tour, and it's just really made this the class of the East Coast, in my opinion.
Yeah, they have about 4 major events at the Hard Rock, I would say, every year.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, the ones in November and February are just so nice with the Florida weather.
Yeah.
We got like 75 and sunny today. It's really great.
Yes, absolutely. Dylan here with top pair with the 9-5. He checks it. Florian now behind with a nice check there.
Yep.
Turn card. Oh, it's a
boy.
king. And now Florian has turned top pair. Now is Dylan going to check this? Now.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah.
I can make a case for betting or checking.
Okay. I believe he's going to bet, just from his posture here.
He looks like a better right now. Yep.
And here comes. The bet is 375. Now, in this case, Florian has caught up here with that king on the turn.
Yeah, and if you're Florian here, you have top pair, and you don't have to worry about a flush draw, and the straight draws are not too common with only the 3 and the 4, or like the gutters with queen 10, queen jack type of hands. So I think you have a really good calling hand if you're Florian to let Dylan continue to bet. You're not really worried about too much catching up to you.
Yeah.
And if you do raise it and you're Florian, you got to worry about a much better king or the 2 pairs and all that other crazy stuff. So well played hand by him so far.
Get to the river here. It's a 10 on the river. Dylan now with middle pair here. Could just shut it down here. Could continue.
You could also check shove as a bluff if you're Dylan. That's a sick one.
Wow.
I would love to see that. Just the, but.
And put Florian right in the blender there.
Because if he's betting here, it's not for value anymore. You got 3rd pair if you're Dylan. You're not. You don't think you have the best hand.
750 is the bet.
Oh, well maybe he is betting for value.
And it gets a
that
call
size.
behind and shows the 9s, thinking they're good probably. But they are not, as Florian has king 6, top pair kings.
It was
He'll
like a
pick up this
blocky
pot,
value type
1.3,
bet
yeah.
from Dylan there. Certainly not a bluff. I can obviously say like the check raise would be sick watching their hands. You
Right.
obviously don't get that luxury when you're playing poker. There's a look at our counts. We got Matthew still in first place with
Matthew's
125
aunt
bigs.
says he may be young, but he keeps his focus, so don't underestimate him.
Oh.
That's what his aunt says.
All right, well, good to
Sounds
hear.
like something an aunt would say.
We appreciate your comment.
325 up next, 440 for second place, and again 662, 200 for first. And you put your name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup, where Matt Waxman's already on there for his 2 WPT titles.
1.5.
All right, A6 for Dylan. He's raising, makes it 500,000. Florian now with queen 4 suited.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand. Like, you have a suited queen against a really aggressive opener, but you are out of position in the small blind. It's a tough spot to play there with queen 4 suited. I know some people would elect to put more chips in.
And a call here from Matt with 8-7 offsuit. Okay, so three-handed now. You always see the hands ranges get wider.
Yep.
And that's what's happening here. An up and down straight draw for Matthew on that flop. Jack 6-9, also the backdoor flush draw. And Dylan now with pair of sixes.
Do you think he's going to go for his 25% pot bet, 20% pot bet again, like he did last time with second pair?
It's
or?
not going to work this time, potentially, because Matt's going to call here, right?
Well, he's at least going to call, yeah.
And he does. That's the 300,000.
There it is. Solver approved. And you know, last time he did this, Dylan checked back the turn with his queen, so maybe Matt will be more inclined to check raise or draw here because he knows that he can't check again.
And
Yep.
there it is.
And
1.1
certainly
million.
does.
So you're in Dylan's spot here. What are you thinking?
Well, this is a tough spot because your hand it's really hard to improve with bottom pair. And Matt's check raising range is pretty polarized to hands that are good draws or hands that just have you smashed with like a jack or two pairs or something like that. But you are in position, and there's even ways that you can potentially bluff this hand, and you are good some of the time. So, in like this instance, for example,
Does make the call, and if you're
and that's a great card for Dylan.
Yeah.
Because if you're calling hoping with the best hand, then you are putting him on one of the many draws, like 7-8, Queen 10, King Queen, spades, all those sorts of things. So when the board pairs, that's very safe for you, and you are feeling pretty good.
So now the decision's back to Matthew, and he does check it. And
That's interesting. I would have definitely bet here if I was Matt. You got to continue the story. I wonder what Dylan's going to do here. I mean, I'm really not sure. Do you want to try to deny
interesting
Matt equity
played
with a big
hand.
bet? Do you want to try to get to a river and make another decision? Like, it's a tricky spot. As you can see, Dylan's only a 2-1 favorite here with his two pair, jacks and sixes.
2.4 million.
oof,
C3 best, 2.
2.2 or 2.4, excuse me. That's going to win the pot.
And that's just such a great bet, like, theoretically for Dylan, because, well, maybe not theoretically, but, like, all things considered, you just got to pick up a 6 million chip pot with bottom pair of sixes. You got to deny your opponent equity, who had a 1 in 3 chance of winning that pot, and you just got to just put on some pressure with your ace-6 and win a really nice pot there. So, well done. Well done, Mr. Smith.
Get those chip counts up, but I believe Dylan is very close in chips for the top two. And of course, Florian Ribouchon from Nice, France, in third, but still has plenty of chips here.
Six folds.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan just got such a great spot here. He has position on Matt. He's got Florian on his left, who's playing very passive, so it's going to leave you the opportunity to be way more aggressive and not get fought back at too hard. 2 out of 3 hands, he's going to have position on Matt, so that's really favorable for you.
All right. Matthew's called. How are you doing, Corey? He's up. He says he's from the icebox of the nation, International Falls, Minnesota. Is it cold up there? What's your temperature? We're at probably 70 degrees today. Flop is 6, queen, and an 8. Both players flopping a pair here. Dylan with the better hand here with queens and the backdoor flush draw. 6 is a pair for Matthew. So we'll see how this one plays out. But Matt starts off with bottom pair check. And Dylan flopping top pair. Like I said, these hands have been, there hasn't been a whole lot of bluffing here. People have been making a lot of hands here.
They have been making a lot of hands. Have we seen any really big bluffs yet?
I don't think so.
It's crazy because when you're playing, you always are looking at the players and you're just like, oh man, they bluffed me that hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then you watch it and you're like,
375
wait,
from Dylan.
does anyone bluff anymore?
All right, so this is the spot where Matt went for it last time, right? And he raised. What is he going to do this time after that bet of 375?
Well, he doesn't really have a draw this time. He has a bluff catching hand.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to just make the call.
Yep, he's hoping his bottom pair is good, but he's not going to be able to stand a lot of heat on the turn if Dylan puts a big bet out. So
3 on the turn. He does check it. And if you're in Dylan's shoes here, are you trying to win this pot right here?
I'm trying to get value for my hand. I mean, he has a very aggressive image. He's winning a lot of hands against Matt, and he has top pair 3-handed, which is a very strong hand. So yeah, I'll probably think that like the best way to get value here is betting around $1 million. That'll deny some of the equity with your draws, and also get you some calls from lower pairs. Oh, Dylan's just dropping an overbet in here. He's very happy with his hand. And
$2,250,000. And Matt here just with a pair of 6s.
Yeah, this is a frustrating situation for you if you're Matt, because this guy's running you over, and you just can't call it. This is just too big of a bet, and you still got one more bet coming on the river, so you're just in a tough spot, and you kind of have to just let out a big sigh and fold here.
Down to the final 3 out of 1,435 entries, and he does, as you said, he does lay it down. It was the right thing to do, as it turns out.
He did well, yeah.
And he did well. 34 degrees in Maryland. Not golf weather.
Looks like we got a new chip leader.
Yeah, 14.6. Dylan Smith, the chip leader, with over 108 big blinds. This does not have to be a short day here. 5 American players and the 1 French player, Florian Ribouchon. So you see Landon finished 4th, Francis Anderson 5th, Paul Domb in 6th with 140,000. Lots of money here, just a 3,500 buy-in here, and nearly a $5 million prize pool. Do such great events here. Like I said, when I do the welcome speech here, it's always just like, it's so automatic here. You know, if most places did a tournament that had over 1,000 entries, you would be worried about it being run poorly or big mistakes happening or something like that. And as a tournament director myself, I love to see the way they do things here. Yeah, Jason Heidenthal, his team, the dealers,
really well run.
Jordan Cutter, Ben Begley,
I love the structure too.
Yeah,
because you know they cut off late reg with 2 levels to go in the night at the end of day 1.
Exactly.
But I ended up bagging basically a starting stack for day 2, and I had like 20 big blinds, which is like I think the perfect balance for a tournament.
Yeah, I mean they do cut registration shorter a little than most. Some leave it open 10 levels. Here they do 8, and I think that does. You know,
I think they do a great job. Yeah,
Bill
even
Mason
the early
has stuck
levels,
with that since
they're
day
big
1.
enough to the point where the pots are still meaningful, but not like too big.
Right.
I think they just do a great job of balancing it out.
And what do you think about late registration? It's a big topic in the game at all times. You know, should late registration be open longer? Sometimes tournaments are even keeping registration open to where you're close to the money. I think they do the right thing here by cutting it a little bit shorter.
Yeah, they do a great job. I mean, it all depends on your, whoever the venue is and how they want to do things, and based on how they do things, that's how they get their customers, right? So I like the product here at the Hard Rock. I think it's a great tournament experience. The room's spacious, clean.
And just down the street for you.
And it's very close, yeah.
All right, Dylan here with 9-7. He did raise to 600,000. Matt just makes the call here with King Jack. And 1 diamond on the flop here. Matthew does check his King Jack. Dylan in position here. Will he continue here? He's made it 600,000 pre.
Well, Dylan knows he's probably not going to win this hand at Showdown. He has no draw and 9 high.
Question is when he bets here, does Matt have enough to continue?
Yeah, that is a great question. I do not envy Matt's position at this table.
Makes it 1.2 million. That's fairly large, yeah?
Yeah, for a flop bet, that is pretty big. I think there's a chance Dylan might be targeting, like, getting an ace high to fold that has a gut shot, too. Perhaps.
So you're seeing Dylan bet, down bet, like you said, multiple times here, and now betting 1.2. What does that tell you as a player?
Well, by looking at his hand, it tells me he's bluffing.
Right, but by the bet, if you're sitting in Matthew's seat, are you saying now he's bluffing?
There's some things you could think about, like if Dylan has a hand that's like a pair of fives or maybe like pocket sixes or sevens, he might be putting a big bet out there to deny equity from a hand like two big cards like king jack. You know, that's a good perception of the story as we're looking at it.
A time chip and did fold.
Yep, Dylan is making all the right moves right now.
Aunt Wendy, that's a good fold there. Even though he had the best hand.
Where do you want to go?
You got to take care of Aunt Wendy. "23 years old. What would you pay to be 23 years old again?"
Everything.
Yeah,
I'll empty out the bank account.
All right, Florian with a pair here, fours.
Six raises to 600,000.
A raise to 600,000 by Florian. And Dylan's going to let this one go. And Florian's going to pick up this one. See Mike Patrick in the background. He is our fantastic live updates team. Him and BJ Nemeth are doing a fantastic job here this week. If you want to go to WPT.com and check out all the live updates, they're doing it hand by hand. So you get a hand by hand account. That's not an easy job. A lot of people criticize when somebody gets a hand wrong every once in a while, but it's not as easy as it looks to do that. But poker players around the world constantly criticize those guys for doing the fantastic job.
I always appreciate the press. I know their job's not easy.
Yeah. And they've been doing it for a long time, so happy to have them here. Matthew with 6-5 of spades.
One raises to 600,000.
He raises to 600,000. Dylan folds. Oh, look at this.
Fair fight.
I like this. I like these hands because they always get to see who's going to outplay the other when they have the same hand.
Well, odds are on the position guy that has the most chips. So Matthew's got a good chance to win this hand.
However, let's see what happens. All right, and we'll go to the flop. And it is 2 diamonds, neither player with a diamond in their hand.
6 checks.
Throw out 300,000, Matthew. Looks like he's going to go for 500, and that's an easy win for him.
Good continuation there, and does win it. Still about 1,000 seats left to give away for this $5 million free roll. Make sure you check out Club WPT Gold.
Can we give a seat away, Matt?
We can't. We cannot.
Somebody.
I have been told that I have no more seats to give away.
Oh.
And
well, what about me? Can I give one away?
As sad as that is, I've been given the news that I cannot do it.
600,000. Six folds. One calls 600,000. That's up.
Flop ace 4-4, 2 spades. Matthew with king of spades in his hand. King 7 versus king 3. Very good chance of a split pot if it was to go to showdown here. But as we know, these players are not going to just sit back and check it all the way down. So we'll see what happens. Matthew does check, and it does go check here. We'll go to the turn card. It is a 3.
Oh,
And Dylan
but we
has
have a flush draw.
a flush draw, and Dylan's flopped or turned 2 pair here, 4s and 3s.
I'm interested to see if we have a bet here out of Matthew. On one hand, you know, you got a really good draw, and you could have the best hand.
And he does continue at 1.6 million.
6 million.
That's the protection poker action clock. It's kind
So
of a cool view. Look into sunglasses. You can see the board there.
He went with a pot-sized bet here,
Okay,
right? 1.6 into
Right.
1.6. Now we're at 3.2.
that is correct.
And you're here with bottom pair as Dylan, and this is a tricky spot after you check back the flop. Because when you check back the flop, you know, your opponent might not think you have the ace, but
3 folds.
A little too much out there for him to call,
yeah.
even though he did turn the 2 pair. And Matthew will take down this small pot.
Bluff got through. You see a big smile from Matthew. He's saying, finally, I beat you in a pot, Dylan. Thanks for letting me have one, bud.
Nines, please.
Cherish Andrews is out there, says she won her $5 million free roll gold pass last night in the 5K here. That's awesome.
How did you get it if you just win the tournament? You win it?
Yeah, you had to win the 5K.
Wow, so Cherish won the 5K?
She did not.
Oh,
6 raises to 600,000.
wait. Then how'd you get the I'm confused. What's happening here?
Don't be so confused. The top 4 were all international players and therefore not eligible, so she got
way
it for
up.
her
That's
5th place,
running good.
for a 5th place finish. Yes.
That's like an extra 2,500 there.
Yeah, Florian's raised King 5. It's way more than that.
But
It's
when
way
you,
more
when
than
you play as well as
2,500.
Cherish does, then it's going to be worth maybe like 5,000 even.
Yeah, it's for sure worth 5,000. Not only is it only 2,000 entries, which would make it a strict 2,500, but it's also a bunch of first-time players.
Right.
And in my opinion, a lot of those players aren't going to show up. So I think it's going to be somewhere closer to 1,500.
They're
so.
just not even going to show up, huh? Oh, man.
Must be nice, right? So if you're not in the tournament, people will be saying, oh, I wish you would give away another 500 seats. But if you are in the tournament, you're saying, no, don't give them away. That doesn't change it just makes my odds that much better. And why would I want a bunch of Matt Waxmans in there when I could be playing with a bunch of people that I've never seen before? All right.
I'm a valued asset at the table. You know, I'll make everyone happy.
All right. Matthew here with kings here. Dylan here with a decent hand to play this pot. Will he be making it 3 bets? That's the question.
2.4 million.
There it is.
And that's your answer.
2.4.
6
And
folds.
now Matthew says, all right, now I got you.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got him for the 2.4, but he's not going to get any more money out of Dylan unless he just calls here.
Okay.
Which would be interesting, but when you have kings against Dylan, you're putting in 4 bets. I mean, it's hard not to put 4 bets in here. Like, you want to make this like 4.5, 4.8, perfect. Like,
Yeah.
1 raises to 4.8 million.
And there you see it, 4.8.
so now you're Dylan, and it's 2.4 million more to call. There's almost 8 million in the pot right now. You're getting huge odds, but this guy just clicked it back on you so quickly, and he hasn't been this aggressive, so you're pretty worried he's got a really strong hand. And you got a hand that like has so much potential with Queen 8 suited. It's definitely like a very tough spot here. Like,
You have the chip lead. You had it for a lot of this final table. Are you there just trying to protect that, or are you going to go for it? And he's going to go for a time extension.
yeah.
He's going to think about it a little bit longer.
And this is not a Hollywood time extension. This is a I need some time extension.
Kind of like that aspect of it, that you can use those time extensions for different reasons, if you're going to make a play or if you actually need the extra time.
Or sometimes you know you have the best hand, but you just got to figure out how much you want to bet or how much you want to, so. But this is just such a gross spot. Like, you kind of want to peel out of position here with Queen 8 suited, but like,
He's gone for a second time extension.
Oh my.
Oh.
He is making it 5 bets here. That's a third of his stack.
Holy cow.
Oh, and then Matt's going to have a shove, and Dylan has to just be like, well, I tried.
Oh my goodness. 5 bet to 9.6 million. I love the 5 bets. You know, back in the old days, you couldn't make 5 bets because you would be all in long before that. So poker has changed. The click back has changed the game. It wasn't always like that. It probably even predates you.
No. I remember the 4-bet cap days.
Yeah.
Back when I started playing, when a 4-bet was aces. Everything. If you could lay 5 to 1 that the 4-better has aces, you would be printing money, like printing.
And he has used a time extension here. So now, what's he thinking?
He's thinking, I hope he puts his money in and has 2 queens. That'll be great.
Oh, there he goes. And you're just thinking, I hope he doesn't have aces, right?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, it's just like if he has aces, knock on the table, like good hand.
And the quick muck there. So, are you okay with that quick muck?
Yeah, that's I respect that quick muck because he's just like not even. He knows it's on. Everyone's gonna see the hand anyways. He went for it. It didn't work out. You know. I mean, Dylan's been getting the better of Matt in all of these really small pots, and he's got position on him 2 out of 3 hands. I wish that he didn't go for that ambitious play with the Queen 8 suited, but you know I do understand why he went for it, and that's just gonna happen in poker tournaments.
Yep. Just one of those spots. I mean, you see Queen 8 there. You think you like it, and maybe you're going to pick up the pot there, so we'll see. Thank you, Strongbow. Appreciate that. All right, King 5 versus King 10 here. A raise to 600,000 from Dylan. Florian now with King 10. Again, these ranges widen when you get through 3 players. King 10 looks like a very good hand, even offsuit. And he's going to 3-bet here to 2,150,000.
2,150,000.
Matthew with the Queen 4, and now Dylan,
Yep.
who has lost a chip lead, folds another one.
Florian has been very well behaved this table, so he gets to get that 3-bet through quite easily. Us watching, you know, on the stream, we get to see that the 4-bet shove probably would have worked from Dylan, but you know, you just don't know that.
You have around 20 million, right?
Yeah, 21 it looks like.
21?
Little over 20.
21 is the count that he gives us. We're able to see that.
Six raised to 600,000.
We have any French in our audience watching Florian? It's the middle of the night there in France. And getting cold. You love France. Didn't you win in France?
I do like France, yeah.
Isn't that where you won?
Yep, the
Your
WPT
original?
Paris 2011.
That's right.
I was the first American to win a televised WPT that was out of America.
Wow.
Mike Sexton told me that right before the tournament. He's like, you know, Matt, if you win this thing,
Wow, I didn't
you
know
get to
that.
make history. And
That's
that was
awesome.
the first time I ever talked to Mike. It was really cool.
That was a great tournament.
Yeah.
Rudolph Tusi and his team over there ran a great event
It's really
at
cool
the
playing,
Aviation Club Paris.
Yeah, playing in Europe, you get to play in this like old.
Ooh, what just happened there?
We got the money.
Florian
in.
moved all in with Ace Jack, and he's going to pick this pot up.
A little bit of heat from our
Yeah.
Frenchman, Florian.
Florian's making some moves. Yeah, Aviation Club was a special place back in the early days of the World Poker Tour. It was the only event that we had overseas in the World Poker Tour. And I always said, you know, the players in the United States are always saying, why don't you have more events in the U.S.? And I'm saying we are the World Poker Tour.
Yeah.
So we have more events around the world than anybody else, which we like and love to be a part of. And, you know, I love to travel. I love to see the world. And if you're a poker player and you're not seeing the world, I think you're doing it wrong.
Correct. I would always be playing when I was in Europe and I was younger. I would always just try to get everybody to go see the sites with me. Be like,
Yeah.
oh, let's max late reg. Like, what? who cares? Like,
No, I'm playing cash. I got to go play cash.
How many
You're like,
times
what
do we
are
get
you
to go
doing?
to Europe? Let's go get some food, man. Let's go to the Eiffel Tower, you know, whatever.
Yeah. Dylan here with 9-5 makes the call. I think it's our first limp that I've seen.
I got some funny stories from WPT Paris.
The 9-5 versus the 9 deuce, and it's ace-10 4-flop. Dylan here out of position, but he did limp with that sound. So has a chance to maybe take the lead in this pot and make a bet that will get it done, and that will do it. A 300K bet. Let's play the next hand.
Florian saying, wait a minute, I don't know about this guy, but I got 9 deuce. All right,
Exactly.
take it.
Wow, we do have some French in the audience here on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in.
Take one.
Thank you, Jimmy Bluffett, for being mod here. 662 up top, 440. And then our third place prize is 325. Jimmy, did you win your ticket to your free roll yet? Ace 6 here for Dylan on the button. And when you're three-handed, the button acts first. So it's the ultimate position. You get your first crack at it. And you have a position in the pot. Matthew with 4 deuce. Just 300,000 more to call. Suited 1 gapper. You're going to make the call here most times here and try and flop something. And he does make the call. And we'll go to the flop. It is a deuce right in the window, followed by a queen and a 3. Matt has flop bottom pair. Dylan with the ace of spades on a 2-spade flop. All right, we do have that continuation bet here from Dylan to 400,000. Matthew, well, you have a hand like 4 deuce. Aren't you looking for a flop like this, man?
I mean, the pair is nice, but sometimes
Just
bottom
gets you
pair
in
is the
trouble.
worst thing you could get because you got to put more chips in the pot with a hand that's kind of tough to play.
And he does raise it up to 1.3 million.
Yeah. I mean, Matt might have picked up something on the frequency of Dylan's continuation bets and just said, you know, this hand isn't that strong, but maybe I could just win this pot right now because Dylan's been continuing with a lot of garbage. But when Dylan calls, you are in a tricky spot. And I think Dylan is going to call because he has that ace of spades. So there's a chance he could continue.
Does make the call.
3 calls.
You like that call?
Well, yeah, I told you I thought he would. He has the ace of spades, so, like, if a spade comes off, you know, he knows Matt doesn't have the nut hand.
King of hearts on the turn.
There's even times that your ace-6 could be the best hand. Probably not, but, you know. And now what do you do if you're Matt? I mean, you got bottom pair here. You're playing against a tough opponent. Are you value betting? Are you bluffing? Like, what's your hand doing here? It's really just a really tricky spot to play.
So you made that raise. Don't you now have to continue and try and tell this story or not?
You don't have to.
And he checks.
Yeah, he's going to check it. And if we know anything about Dylan, like, when you checked him on that turn and give him the green light, he's probably going to throw in, like, you know, a nice bet and just take it down. He does have a little less chips than he did before, but I'd love to see him bet like 3.5 million right now and just put Matt in a tough spot.
Just check it. And the river card is a 10 of spades.
That's a great bluff card if you're Dylan.
Because you have the ace of spades. Is that
Yes, sir.
okay?
One check. checks.
He does check it.
It's just a tricky spot because, like, with the ace high, like, you wonder, like, could Matt have a hand like ace 4 or ace 5 or 4-5 and you just have the best hand? Or, like, is it worth checking here? Or, like, does Matt definitely have, like, a queen or lower and your big bet will work and you'll just win this really nice spot? It's not an easy spot here if you're Dylan.
And this is what you would call a bluff catcher if you are Matthew, correct?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not a value hand.
Does go past his 30 seconds here, so he's going to use another time extension. Oh, he's going big.
Did he say 9?
million.
Oh, 5. Yeah, beautiful bet, Dylan. Whether it works or not, that's just a really well-played hand.
It's going to work.
It might not work.
Really?
I don't know. Look, Matt is still thinking.
Come
I mean,
on. That's got to work.
it's got to work, but I don't know. I don't know. Matt has some chips for a reason. Maybe he's able to sniff out some bluffs.
Wow, this would be an amazing call.
It would be, yeah.
Because me, being the amateur player, there is zero chance I'm calling with
Yeah.
this.
I mean-
I'm not even thinking about it.
Yeah,
And,
that's
yeah,
just
he
like
does
such a
fold.
well-played hand there by Dylan Smith. I mean, he got the card that he wants for the bluff, which is the 10, and I'm pretty sure if you have a queen, like, it's really hard to call that 5 million, so...
We've seen some good calls here on the World Poker Tour, but I don't know. Not me. I'm not calling with that.
Well, yeah, in order for your hand to be good with bottom pair, the guy has to call you with not only not a pair, but not a flush draw either. So you have, like, the hand that he can beat is, like, if Dylan has, like, ace 4, ace 5, or 4-5. Like,
Okay.
the straight draws the missed. Because you have bottom pair. So,
So the question was asked, how many time chips do these players get? They actually get 5 when we're on the bubble, which is actually level 16. They get 5 on day 2. They get 5 more at 24, and they get 5 at the final 6.
600,000.
So a total of 20 time extensions. In a World Championship, they'll get a total of 25. It's a little longer tournament. Florian raises to 600,000 with Jack 9, and he'll win this one. Parlez-vous français? Very true, monsieur. Did you pick up any French when you were over there?
tapis.
Tapis,
That
which
means all
means
in.
all in. Yeah, that's correct. Bon chance, which means good luck.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
But I was saying merci beaucoup,
Beaucoup, that
which
is
apparently
incorrect.
means nice butt. So I would tell, if I told the, the cashier, the women would always like start laughing at me, and I'm like, "What? You don't like polite people?" And they're like, "You told me you have a nice butt," and I'm just like, "Oh, my bad." And then after I realized that, I would just pretend I didn't know and start saying it just for fun, just to get a
Nice.
laugh out of them.
One raises to 600,000. 3 folds.
All right, Matthew now with Queen 3 raises to 600,000. Florian with the 7-5. He's in the big blind. He will make the call.
6 calls to 600,000.
Yeah, this part of tournaments are always fun to watch because you're just trying to outplay the other player. You even have with bad hands like 7-5, you just don't know what's going to happen on that flop. Jack 4-4. And Florian out of position checks. Matt makes a bet of 500,000. And that's going to do it. He's going to win this pot.
I mean, every decision is worth so much money right now. It's like they're playing massive stakes here. 10,000, 20,000, I don't know, something crazy. Maybe not that much.
Florian says his playing style is nitty. And how would other players describe him? Very nitty. I do like what he does enjoy when not playing poker. He enjoys eating. I like it. I concur.
Does he ever eat and play poker, though?
Hopefully not French fries at the table.
They just call him fries where he's from.
Pommes frites. I do know how to say French fries in French, that's for sure.
6 calls.
And sole meunier, that's my favorite meal on earth in France. Sole meunier and pommes frites.
Is that salmon?
It's not. It's a soul.
Oh.
And it is good.
One raises to 900,000.
All right, a raise to 900,000 from Matthew with ace 5. Florian now in the small blind with king 4.
Six raises to 2.4 million.
2.4 is the raise from Florian with king 4. Opening it up here.
One raises to 4.8 million. Six fold.
And the fold. Players playing 150,000. Wow, what a bet. What a raise there. Re-raise from Matthew. Did you see that? You missed it. Matthew Beinner is the chip leader. 128 big blinds here. 38 million in chips.
We haven't even made the first break yet, and we already lost half our players.
Yes.
Six folds.
King 5 for Matthew. Out of the small blind. Flop is ace 10-9. Dylan here. Flopping middle pair. Backdoor flush draw. Matthew with the king high. The aggressor pre. Now bets 300,000.
I feel like this would have been a flop I'd shut down if I were Matthew. The king high. I don't know if betting is that favorable here.
And the call. A 6 on the turn.
Check.
Matthew checks. Now Dylan here
Checks.
with the 10s. Also checks. And the river card's a deuce. Matthew with the king high. Do you like that check from Dylan on the turn?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you're blind versus blind, so your opponent's going to have a wide variety of hands here. He can have check raises in his range, but also you're pretty confident your hand's good, and you don't think Matthew has all that much equity against you when he's beat. So now, like, Dylan has a spot where he could even value bet this river. Or check back is fine, too.
Okay.
And, you know, there's just a lot of good things about it when you're in position, and as you could see on the turn, Dylan was indeed a 93% favorite with his second pair and awful kicker. So you just want to make decisions while you're playing poker that are just going to make all your future decisions easier.
And he does bet. Just a small bet, 400,000. That'll get it done, though.
Yep, so he was going for a call from a 9 or 6 or deuce or even a king high with that 400. Dylan knew exactly where he was at in the hand.
Not to be. Good Good win for Dylan. Need some Christmas gift ideas? Check out Shop WPT for new merch. Drops this December. Put the promo code WC20 for 20% off. And shipping is free for orders over $100. So shopwpt.com. Check out some WPT merch. And wear it at the next tournament. I'll point you out. Nine-8 suited for Matthew. Florian with ace-10.
Yep, looks like he's debating a 3-bet or a call. We know he's not folding.
He's 3-bet with worse, and he does 3-bet here.
Quick fold. Oh, you went all in.
Went all in for
Okay.
$10,150,000. And yeah, that'll get it done.
I was going to say, you folded to 1.5 million with 8-9 suited? I don't know. But yeah, he had.
Good raise there from Florian. Lots of action here. And if you like this action, check out our WPT or Watch WPT app, where you can see all the classics from season 1 and on. You can see Matt Waxman win a tournament. Watch WPT app. Make sure you check it out. Download it today and watch anytime you want. 22 seasons on the World Poker Tour.
The free roll.
A7 here for Dylan. He makes it 600,000. Florian now with 10-3. He folds. And Matt with 8-4 suited. You call that a 3-gapper?
No, I just call it 8-4 suited.
All right. He does make the call.
Gap is not in my poker vocabulary.
Watch WPT app. I'm going to check that out. I want to see if I can find your final table. King 4 and a queen. Bottom pair for Matthew. Dylan with the 7 of clubs on a 2-club flop.
Which one?
Which one what?
Final table.
The Aviation Club pairs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Something funny about my 2 WPT final tables is that Paris, it was the middle of September in Paris, and the air conditioning broke, so there was no AC, and it was like 95 degrees.
I don't think they ever had AC there. People say it broke, but it was never cool in that room.
It was like 95
it was always
degrees
hot
in
there.
that room, and they had this air thing behind the table, and I was literally going in between hands and putting my shirt like over it to get like the air conditioning.
Matthew checks his bottom pair on the turn 5. It was always hot there. I remember it being hot there.
Yeah.
Especially with all the lights. You know, the lights of the final table are hot. And that's why I'm freezing in the back room over here, wearing a blanket.
Well, Tournament of Champions was probably colder than this.
Oh, okay.
When I was playing that
Yeah.
tournament, and Nick Schulman's sitting on my left in a T-shirt, and I just look at him and I go, Nick, what are you like? What are you? How are you not cold right now? I'm wearing like a hoodie.
Jack on the river here.
All right.
Check, check. 4s are going to win it.
Yep, Matt's going to be very happy to take down a pot with bottom pair.
Oh, looks like we're going to be taking a short break here. As you see, we're still 3-handed here from the Rock and Roll Poker Open here at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Matt Savage and Matt Waxman. We'll be right back. Make sure you come back and check out all of the action here today. Just a short break.
started the hand with like 10, right?
Dylan's picking up pocket aces here. Big hand in the big blind. He's going to decide what he wants to do with this raise from Florian to 600,000.
2.2 million.
Looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet. Praying that Florian shoves all in here with his king high. And if you're Florian, you're thinking, man, this guy has been so aggressive today. But king high is just not enough for you to want to go with it. And Dylan's going to win another pot. Matthew's going to fold it. We got blind versus blind. Dylan with the 5-3 offsuit. He's going to continue to apply the pressure and raise this one up to 900,000. Florian's got an interesting decision here. He's got Jack 8. Not the worst hand against a guy that's opening and being very aggressive, and you are in position, so he's going to take a flop off. As you can see, he's a little under a 2-to-1 favorite. Dylan's going to flop second pair of 3s. We got 2 diamonds out there. Neither player has a diamond, though. Dylan's going to continue for about a third of the pot. 700,000 into 2.1. Florian is here with Jack high. Not much he can do here. He's going to fold. And the streak continues for Dylan Smith. What's up, Jimmy? See you in the YouTube chat. Action folds around it. Well, it didn't fold. It's starting on Dylan on our button. He's got Jack 7 suited. Elects to min raise. Folds to the big blind. Jack 8 off again in the big blind. Looks like we're going to take a flop here. Jack in the door. Both players are going to have top pair. Dylan is out kicked, but he has a jack high flush draw. So we are going to be seeing some fireworks here. These two players have been battling for the last hour or so. They've been the 2 big stacks. Earlier we did see Dylan put in a 4-bet and fold his queen 8. So there's definitely history here, and they've both flopped top pair. Looks like Dylan's going to continue with his 25% pot bet of 400,000. Matthew's going to call. And Matthew's feeling very confident with his hand right now. He has no idea Dylan's hand is this big. But they've been playing so much and Dylan's been betting so often that I can't imagine Matthew ever check folding here. And Dylan has been going for a small bet, big bet on the turn quite frequently, but here he has second pair and a flush draw, and there's a really good chance he could just have the best hand. Like, I think you can make a good case for checking back here if you're Dylan. And he does decide to do that. Oh boy, that is just such a gut-wrenching card here. I mean, Matthew has Dylan outkicked by 1. They both hit trip jacks on the river. They're both looking for big, big value here. And this is just extremely unfortunate here if you're Dylan being second in chips against the chip leader. And you just got the last card in the deck that is just going to annihilate you. If Matthew can check here, like... Okay, so he's going to go for a bet. A very small bet, which is like extremely interesting because Dylan is raising this for, like, I can't imagine him not raising this bet. This is absolutely insane. The 8 is going to play at Showdown. You're going to see Dylan making this like something big because he wants to go for value. He has that image. And based on their history, Matthew's never folding. I don't think he's going to re-raise. He could, but you're probably going to see another like 4 million chips go in the pot here. And Dylan here is just like super pumped in this spot because he sees his opponent block betting. He thinks he has a thing like a 5. And Dylan's just thinking, how much money can I get out of him? He doesn't think he's beat. I think Dylan's going to put in like 4 million here.
3 million?
3 million.
Raises 3 million, C1 calls.
Snap called, and he's going to see the bad news. All things considered, I think Dylan got off kind of cheap on this river. I mean, I know it was a pot-sized bet that he made, but Matthew could have checked. Dylan could have made it 3 million, and Matthew could have raised even, or there's lots of situations that could have happened that would have been way more detrimental for Dylan. He's still got plenty of chips. But Matthew is our chip leader, and he continues to grow that stack. Who you guys rooting for out in the chat? Let me hear it. You going for our Frenchman short stack Florian, the young gun Matt, 23 years old, as our chip leader, or Dylan Smith? I forgot to mention the dealer. We have a dealer, someone rooting for our dealer. That's good. Love our dealers. Lots of Matt fans out there. Looks like Matt's going to flop a flush draw here with the 9 deuce suited. Blind versus blind with Dylan. He's got king high. I see some French. Maybe that's a Florian friend. A Florian fan. Check, check, going to return, and there's a pair for Dylan. Might see some chips go in the pot now. Matt's going to lead out with his flush draw, and he's got a gut shot straight. A 6 will make him a straight as well. Dylan's got a great calling candidate here. And the board's going to pair 5s on the river. Let's see if Matthew has the cojones to fire out another one. He's not going to win this pot with a check. He has 9 highs, so this is the type of hand that if you want to win, you're going to have to bluff. But he gives up to Dylan, checks it. And let's see if Dylan wants to value bet his 7. I think Dylan's got enough here to place a value bet with his hand.
Bet 1.2 million. Fold.
1.2 quick fold out of Matthew. Doesn't even think about going for a check raise bluff here. And Dylan's going to get some chips back. He's back over 20 million. We're going blind versus blind. Dylan looks down at a queen 3 offsuit. And just gives a walk. Our Frenchman is very surprised, but happy to collect the chips. All right, let's see what we got on these players. Oh, wow. Florian had got a second place finish in the Millie Maker for $1 million. That is one hell of a tournament. Good for him. And Dylan says his hobbies are beating Matt Waxman at pickleball. And his special talent is torching chip leads. Well, how could you not root for this guy?
And here he is with pair of 3s. And Florian with Pré Deuce offsuit. Trois, deux offsuit, or suited, excuse me. And the clubs, and Matthew now with 7-4 of clubs.
He's got pocket 3s.
No, Matthew has 7-4 suited.
Ouais.
And Dylan with 3s.
Ouais.
Now Florian folded Tré Deuce.
Oh.
Also clubs, by the way. All right, flop is a 7, a 9, and a 5. So Matthew flops middle pair, also 1 club, and Dylan with a pair of 3s. Can't like the flop, couldn't like pretty much any flop unless it contained a 3.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
2, 4, 5. Not a bad flop.
There you go.
Ace, ace, ace.
And
Reasonable.
Matthew does check his middle pair and a bet of 400,000 from Dylan.
Even like a king, king, deuce flop is kind of nice when you got
There
3s.
you go. All right, you proved me wrong. Stop it.
My bad.
All right, so Matthew makes the call. Now a 6 of clubs on the turn. A great card for Matthew, who now has a flush draw and a straight draw in addition to his pair. So Dylan's not going to get him off this hand. The question is, will Dylan now check back?
see 3 bets, 1.2 million.
1.2 million. And if you're Matthew, are you happy with that bet? Thinking, let's go, let's get some more in the middle, or are you just happy to call?
You're happy to call. You got the second best pair, which could be good against an aggressive player. You have an open-ended straight draw, and you have a flush draw, so you have lots of potential with your hand to make a better hand just in case you need to. And you don't want to raise and then face a re-raise from Dylan with an 8 and then not be able to draw to your hand. So it's an easy check call here, and I would be interesting to see if Matthew can find a call facing a big river bet. If he doesn't improve, that would be very impressive, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
And the river card is a 9. A good card there for Matthew.
That is a card that makes it easier for you to call, for sure.
And it's actually a good card for Dylan too, right?
Yeah, I mean,
But he did check it back.
He has enough hand strength to hope he wins with his 3s.
9s and 7s, 2 pair will win that pot. Dylan loses with his pocket pair of 3s. And we move on. I think a good check back there. He has to figure Matthew's calling with something if he's calling those 2 flop and turn bets.
Sounds like the floor is telling someone they were late on a time chip and taxing them for those chips, which, you know, is tricky because they did bet right after the buzzer goes off. And
Yeah, and you're completely wrong here. The tie is not supposed to go to the player. Once that buzzer goes off.
Did I say that? I'm wrong. I didn't even make a
chop one
statement.
out. That's actually a Paul Campbell thing. He really is.
Are you ready for what I'm going to tell you now?
Okay.
I agree with you. I think if the buzzer goes off, if you're not already making your motion or announcing your bet as it's going off, then yeah, that's fine.
There you go. You and I have had some debates about rules over the years, but you're always one of the players that I call early on for our TDA summits, which is the Tournament Directors Association summit meetings, because I like to have some players there, and you're one of those, because you care about the rules and you care about poker, and I love that.
If only you ever listened to me.
Yeah, I listen to you. I don't change anything because of you, but I listen to you. All right, Dylan is raising or calling 900,000 with ace-9, Matthew with queen-7 offsuit. We'll go to the flop. And it's a king, 8 and 5, 2 spades. Matthew with the 7 spades, which is a backdoor straight and backdoor flush draw. But ace high in the lead for Dylan, 73% to win this hand.
Looks like we got a lead here from our small blind.
700,000.
1/3 of the pot. We got a call from Dylan. That's certainly a good card if you're calling in position with the ace high, because now the likelihood of Matthew having that king is less because we have
How
another
much
one out
less? What percentage?
there. You know, I would say a third less, maybe.
A third less? Okay.
I don't know. That's probably wrong. I don't know. The combination's one of the kings is gone, so that's great for. But it looks like he's still firing.
Did make it 2.5 million.
Not an easy spot here. I think Dylan has to fold his hand. And I'm surprised to see this out of Matthew because he has been more on the passive side. And he's just going to decide to start blasting with the queen high. We got a call here.
does make the call. Does that mean he's trying to do something on the river here?
No, it means he thinks he still has the best hand. And
Nine
that is a great
on
card for
the river
Dylan.
for Dylan.
Like, yeah, you went from having a hand that, you know, you were hoping was good to having a hand that you could even potentially value bet if it checks. Let's see if Matthew's got a third clip in the shell. Is that in the shell? In the chamber? I don't know. Whatever. Let's see if he's going to fire again.
Third shell on the clip.
Third shell in the clip. Yeah, that sounds right. You must know
He did
guns.
use a time chip. He used a time extension.
Yeah, so he's thinking about it. He's going to need to fire big here. I mean, maybe even an all-in. Imagine. Could you imagine an all-in? That would definitely put Dylan in a tough spot. And he goes for the check.
Does check it. Now Dylan has to love his hand. He liked it on the turn, apparently.
I don't think Dylan necessarily. Yeah, he can check his hand back here.
He's happy to take it at
He's
this
happy
spot.
to win because the hands. There isn't that many hands that Matthew's going to decide to check that could call Dylan, you know, and have a worse hand, I should say.
I think at this point, I think the blinds are going up. These guys are going to take a break here. 30 big blinds for Florian Ribouchon and Dylan Smith 76. 133 big blinds for Matthew Beinner. He's our chip leader, 55% of the chips in play. And we'll be back from the Seminole Hard Rock Hollywood, the Rock and Roll Poker Open. We're looking to put another name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup. We'll be back shortly.
There, country. What you got? Is that 100 right there?
Yes.
What about Paul? Paul's a local player
Yep.
here. He considers himself fortunate. He thinks poker's very intuitive, and he's just happy to be here, he said. And
Played a lot with Paul.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, in the local tournaments. I've seen him for years, and he's always really well conducted at the table. You know, he's definitely thinking about his decisions, and you can tell he loves to play poker. So
5 raises to 1.2 million.
The raise is to 1.2 million. Oh, and now Matt with kings here. Big trouble for Paul. Potentially. 1.2 is what Landon made it with ace-9 of clubs.
yeah, I mean, Paul's only got 5 million chips here. I really wouldn't recommend folding your jacks in this spot, even though we can see that Matt has kings.
1 raises to 3 million.
Because, like,
There's a 4-bet to $3 million from Matt here. You hear that in the background? That is the protection poker action clock that we do use here. The players have 30 seconds to act pre-flop, and time extensions that will equal 30 seconds. So big decisions. You get a little more time on them if you need it, but there is some pressure there with those time clocks in play.
Yeah, with this dynamic, I mean, I don't really know how Matt plays, but I can't see you folding jacks here.
And he does move all in for $5.4 million. A snap call here from Matt. And Paul's going to see the bad news. Jacks versus Kings early on here at this final table. Paul Domb at risk here.
We're gonna need it.
Tough one for our philanthropist and financier. Been playing poker for 40 years, he says. But he's in a tough position now. Kings versus Jacks. We could possibly have our first elimination here. Sixth place is $140,000. Not bad for a week's work. But 6-4 deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds, both players with a diamond in their hand, so that does not help Paul on that flop. Turn card is a 10. And Paul down to 2 outs here. He could be our first player eliminated in 6th place. And it's a 3. And that's going to do it. We're going to lose Paul Domb here early on this final table. He'll take home $140,000, but not what he wanted coming into today. Good week for Paul. It's nice to see him at the final table. He's a local favorite here at the Seminole Hard Rock, and Jason Heidenthal says he's a very good man. So kind of hoping for better things for Paul, but he'll be all right. Create action.
Action clock.
Correct?
Bet clock.
Yeah.
Decision clock.
Decision clock. Action. We want action. Speaking of action, Landon here with Ace King.
5 raises to
He makes it 550.
6 folds.
A fold there. Matthew with 10-3 suited. He lets it go. Francis with King-4. He is also out. And Dylan.
Oh my goodness.
With pocket aces here.
The money's going in here, folks. Landon can't wait to 4-bet this hand.
Really?
Oh yeah, you have Ace-King against Dylan. You're thrilled to 4-bet this hand. He's probably going to 4-bet call it off. So this stinks for our young favorite, Landon.
Three raises to 2.2 million.
Makes it 2.2 million. And now Landon facing that 3-bet.
I wonder if the stacks are like awkward enough where Landon might just call here. I mean, I know the solver is always going to just put more bets in here, but like,
Is he a solver player?
he is indeed a solver player. Yeah, he's a great player, Landon. He's been learning a lot of poker stuff. He's really well informed, but I just don't see him getting away here.
3.8.
He does the click and raise. Makes it 3.8 million, not using one of those time chips.
Yep, and he's gonna call the all-in, I believe.
So you're not just re-raising here. If you're Dylan, you are moving all in.
Not necessarily, but I mean, Landon's hand looks really strong here, and I don't think Landon's the type of guy that's going to put in a 4-bet and fold, like with a strong hand.
All right, so he's used the 30-second time chip. Little strategic move there.
I'm really interested to see if like there's any chance Dylan just calls here, but like I think he's just going to shove, and then Landon should call. But whenever you're 5-betting at a WPT final table, like it's always a pretty serious hand, you know. Yeah.
And he does move all in.
Yeah,
And he does make the call, and
Landon.
he's not going to like what he sees. Aces versus Ace-King. This is really tough for Landon Tice.
Yeah, and when you're such an aggressive player like Landon, you get to put all the chips in with the Ace-King like profitably, like all the time. So when you run into aces, it's really unfortunate. There are some players that if they 4-bet and get shoved on, they can fold Ace-King because of their perceived images. I don't know if they know that or not, but
Right. So Landon still has chips behind. He is 1.1 million behind. Dylan is the all-in player. But we're going to see what's going to happen. This could leave Landon very short stacked here. Flop is very good for Dylan with a 9-7-4, 2 diamonds. He also has the ace of diamonds in his hand. That's not going to make a difference in this.
Landon needs 2 kings.
He needs running kings here. And it's 10 on the turn. And that's not going to be enough. Landon Tice loses this pot. Dylan Smith with a massive win here, up to 26 million with those aces. And just a tough one for Landon. You know, you play so well all week, and just to run into that early on the final table is just so tough.
This is tournament poker.
Free roll where 100 people are going to win seats. The early seats, it was reported that 80% of them have never played a live tournament before, so that WPT Gold free roll is going to be amazing. And out of that, 100 players. 100 players. You got to know somebody. 100 players are going to win seats into that, so it's going to be an amazing event. Not only that, they have the $5 million prime as well. And as soon as I leave here tomorrow, I'm going to be checking in the very next day into the win. So
this hand's probably good enough to go with against Francis's opening range.
Absolutely.
We can see he's in bad shape, and Francis does have a much tighter opening range than the other 2 players.
And
but
he is all in.
Ace-3 suited is just way too good, so you got to go if you're Landon.
And no clubs. I got ace of hearts, ace for your clubs. Luck, Landon.
All right, so Landon. There are some split pots here. 19% to tie in this hand, so all hope it's not lost. And
you can also win this hand over 1 and 4 times.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace-3 of clubs versus ace-8 of spades for Francis Anderson. And he's put on the jacket again. I don't think he knows how to put on the jacket. He
somehow. It's more of a blanket for him.
All right, there is 1 heart, 2 hearts, and a 6.
Oh, boy.
So it's a tough spot here now.
6 is a good card for Landon.
6
as
is
long
a
as it's
good
not
card
hearts.
for Landon for the possible split pot. Turn card is a jack, not a bad card.
So now a 9 or better is also a split.
Yeah, as long as it's not a heart. And
high card.
Here comes the river. Oh, it's a 6.
Sixes
It's a
and
split
jacks
pot.
with an ace kicker. And he's alive.
Actually increases his chip stack with the ante in the pot.
Oh, yeah, he's going to hunt into chips going into the last level of the night. Bluffed a lot of them off. And bagged just on their starting stack.
All right, Landon now. This is it, right? This is the hand he's going with. He's going to go all in with the ace-9 for 850,000.
Yes, sir. He's got about 3.5 big blinds here, so he is going to be getting a call from Matthew. And if Matthew folded, Francis is probably calling his whole range. And this is a great spot for Matt to make it more, because he wants Francis out of the pot so he can win the pot. But if Landon doubles here, that's actually not bad for Matt, because he has the most chips on the table, and he'll be able to continue to apply pressure to the other players and accumulate more chips because they're all very mindful of that money ladder.
Amateur players are going to get upset with Matt for raising there because they want the limp and to eliminate the player, but
it's a good raise.
There's a reason for doing that.
It's a very good raise, yeah.
Okay.
Now if Matt was like 4th in chips and he wants to...
Oh, look at this. And he just flops Gin here. He flops a flush, a royal flush draw. Landon does have a pair. He now has trips. He has trip aces.
Can he beat all clovers?
Yes, he can. This is an amazing turn card here. Landon giving Landon a lot of outs here.
Oh,
and
yeah.
a jack on the river.
The kid is alive.
And he overcomes it.
Go, Landon. I'm not going to lie. I was rooting for Landon there.
Clovers, Team Lucky.
Yep. Oh, God, the hat's still on. All right. Maybe there is hope for the hat. We'll see.
That's American.
That was sick. Landon was about a 3%.
I did
model
get
for-
offered to be a model once.
I don't. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. That's false.
You picked my bluff straight off.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a brand that would want you to represent them, and I couldn't come up with anything.
Matthew here now with Ace King.
Maybe like a retirement golfing home or something. They'd love you.
The raise to 625.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
And Francis now with queens.
Looks like Landon has a chance at a pay jump.
I'd like really about it.
Small blind suit.
You have like 7 on this?
I think eights.
8-7.
Raised to 800,000. Call. Heads up. Check. Check. Check.
All right, we're back with a flush draw, 10-9 and a pair for Florian. Queen Jack. Jack's a pair for Matt. He's bet 700,000. Florian's not going anywhere here. He's going to decide. He's also got a up and down, or he's got a gut shot straight draw. A lot of ways for Florian to win this pot. Only 39% underdog, and the river is a jack. Pairs the board.
Check.
And it gives 3 of a kind to our chip leader, Matthew.
Gives him the check mark. Florian does check. Depending on what Matt bets here, Florian does have enough to call. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I mean, he does have a candidate that can pick off quite a few bluffs. But his stack is pretty small, so he's going to be a bit hesitant to want to put in 3 million chips.
3 million.
That is about 40% of Florian's remaining chips. Looks like we got some bright green chips on the table now. Are those worth $1 million? Maybe. Maybe not. Probably worth $1 million.
No call. Good fold there. Yes, the green millions. The banana chips are the 500Ks. The brown chips are 100Ks.
I gotta say, I would have just preferred we kept all those small chips on the table. You know, you want to see piles of chips on the table. That's just fun.
Yeah.
Matthew doesn't even have 100 chips now, and he's our chip leader.
A rack of chips is fine.
I want to see a pyramid of chips.
I know you do.
I want to see...
It's not good for the dealers to count.
It
also creates more errors in counting. Makes it harder for players to know how many chips the other player has.
True. I will say this, though. One of my pet peeves is early in tournaments when you constantly have to make change.
Yes.
Every other hand, I think that if you are running a tournament out there, you should strongly consider this to keep plenty of small chips on the table in beginning levels, because even here, I'm seeing literally more hands than not somebody needing change in the blind. And it's just, that actually takes time away from the game too.
7-6 versus Jack 9. Florian with the 7-6. Flop is King 8 and 4. Matthew with the best hand with just a Jack high. Florian does have the gut shot straight draw, needing a 5. Florian checks and Matthew checks. Turn card is an ace. Ace of hearts. Neither player with that heart in their hand on a 3-heart board.
Looks like we got a bet coming in. 600,000. Quick fold from our chip leader, and our short stack Florian is going to pick up a nice pot here with 7 high. All pots are nice when you're the short stack.
Florian Ribouchon now with 8 million in chips, 20 bigs, 11%, as you see on our graphic.
And we got a couple of cowboys here for Florian on the dealer. He just won the last pot, and now he gets to raise up with number 2 on the button.
Hoping to catch somebody with a hand 5-3 there, and he will catch Dylan. Queen Jack suited.
He will be getting more chips from Dylan Smith. He's got a very nice hand in the big blind. It's not so nice when you're up against kings, but nonetheless, he'll at least be calling here. He's
all in. Wow. Holy cow. Dylan's not going to like what he sees here. He does have a chance to eliminate Florian. This would put Florian second in chips.
Jack in the door.
Is a jack. And an ace and an 8. King still in the lead for Florian. Dylan now with 5 outs to eliminate Florian. Deuce on the turn. 1 to come. You're never comfortable, even if you're in Florian's seat there, knowing that the other player has outs, but it holds up.
A very casual double up here from our Frenchman. I gotta say, I love it when they're just calmly like, yep.
Well, his fans are yelling "Allez," which means go.
Yeah, but when when it's okay to get excited at poker, but when the player is just like a calm, collected, like, oh, thanks for the double, like it's always nice. You know?
I'm the opposite.
Well, that's some people like that too. That's okay. Just saying.
I hate the robots.
It's like
I hate the robots when you win the tournament. And they're on a live stream or on TV, and you didn't even know they won.
Well, he wasn't a robot. You could see he was happy, but he wasn't like obnoxiously loud.
Right.
I don't know. I like that.
Give me some examples of who's obnoxiously loud.
Matt Savage. It's like
more cuz
when you walk through the casino, the loudest table in the room is always the $5 blackjack table. the guys that are betting 500 a hand, you don't really hear them as much.
Right,
But
that's
the,
true.
The $5 hand, they're
Having
doing
a
it.
good time.
Yep. It's the same thing as the $300 nightly double up is sometimes bigger than the main event, you know?
One raised to 800,000.
All right, well, Dylan just lost a big pot, so he's down to 14 million. He's got 35 big blinds or so.
Still very comfortable.
Florian is right there with him, just under 16 mil.
Call.
Florian's calling here with 7-5. Matthew with the king 3 of hearts.
Check. One bet 700,000.
Matthew bets 700,000, bottom pair of threes.
5-4.
And that'll take this pot from Florian. 42 million in chips.
Our shortest stack is well over 30 big blinds, almost 40. So
Weather Marmol says Florian's going to take it down because he's a very chill guy.
yeah,
Waxman likes that. I like a little more excitement.
I think the very chill guy was a meme reference. Savage. He's talking about the meme.
Oh.
You know, with the guy with the
Yeah. I gotcha.
They're memeing in chat. you love to see it.
Got you.
Yeah, I mean Dylan. You know, he might have just doubled up Florian, but it's okay because he's a chill guy.
They're asking how many times we've seen pocket kings in today's tournament. It's at least 5.
Three raised
Has it
to
been 5?
Yeah, I think so.
The Kings are.
5-4.
Kings are hot, as they say. I believe in hot cards. I know
Okay.
you don't.
I don't know. Maybe I don't not believe in it.
Dylan 6-5 of diamonds. Tony and I have that argument all the time. He does not believe in hot cards.
That's a
Dylan with 6-5 of diamonds and flops a pair of 5s. Matt with queen 7 checks his queen 7, and Dylan,
It's either 400K or check. Which one do you think it is, Savage?
I think it's 400K.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, me too. Maybe 500. Who knows?
Maybe 600.
three bet 600,000.
It is
Oh
600.
My massive bet here from Dylan. Almost a third of the pot.
Matthew with some backdoor draws here, but only queen high. Oh, and he's going for a raise
One raised
to 2 million.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan has kind of went down into a spot where his stack is more vulnerable to a check raise now, so that might be why Matthew decided to go for it, because, you know, if Dylan had 25 million, he could call here a lot more liberally, and now he's kind of just in a tighter spot here. I do think he'll find a call, but maybe not as comfortably.
Does make the call. Turn card is a 4.
Great turn card here for Dylan. He's got a lot of extra outs here in case he's behind, and he doesn't have to worry about Matthew turning a higher pair than him. And now, even better is Matthew 7 will now make Dylan a straight.
Matthew, I thought he would not like to see that call and just slow down, but he doesn't. He bets 3.2 million.
And the really tough thing about this bet is if you're Dylan here, you know that if you're putting in this 3.2, there's a good chance you're going to be facing your last 8 million on the river from Matthew if he is going for that bluff or going for that value. So even though it is only around a little less than a third of his stack, it implies that he might be having to put it all in by the river.
And he is counting them up to see.
Yep, he's seeing if how much he's going to have to call on the river. He's seeing how much he could shove right now over the top of Matthew's bet to see if he has fold equity. He's wondering, can I get Matthew to bet fold an ace here? I don't know. Turn my hand into a semi-bluff with all the 2 pairs, the trips, and the straight draw. He's wondering how likely it is that he has the best hand. He's wondering if it's worth denying Matthew some equity with a flush draw if he's barreling with that.
Ooh, and he's moved
And
all
that's
in.
a great decision, Dylan. You don't have to put up with a tough river spot. You get to win a really nice pot right now. You just picked up 3.2 million on the turn extra. That's just a great play here from Dylan. That's why he's making so many final tables right there.
And he had outs.
Yep, and
He
he
were
had
to make the
outs.
call. Yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done.
You got me to fold in the biggest one.
Again, the green chips are 1 million. The yellow chips are 500,000.
The funny thing is, if Matthew checks that, there's a good chance that Dylan just checks his hand right back. So it's always interesting how the different decisions play out at a poker table.
Somebody's asking if that was a string bet. No, he was just counting out the chips in front of him. He did not actually put chips into the pot until he made the move all in. He said all in as well. Florian with ace-5. Put out a raise to 800,000. Blinds are 2 and 400,000. Min raise is 800,000. He will make that min raise. Dylan now with king-7.
Florian is also our chip leader with time chips. He has more time than anyone to make his decisions.
Yes. Landon had used only 1 coming into the final table. I thought that was pretty good. The winner of our WPT Prime Championship last year, Calvin Anderson, had all 20 of his chips.
Wow.
Never used 1.
Bunch of computers, these two.
And ace, a pair for Florian on that flop. 2 spades. Dylan with the king of spades. Call that a blocker. I haven't heard you use the term blocker yet today.
Have you?
I have not heard
You're
you say
welcome.
that. Because blockers aren't real? And Florian will get that bet through. 700,000. He wins. Jordan Cutter, one of the world's best
Best what?
tournament directors.
Wow.
No?
I like Jordan a lot. As a person.
Yes.
Matthew deciding if he wants to open up that Jack 5 on the button. He's going to fold it, let our blinds battle it out. Dylan will surely be putting more chips in the pot with the Queen 10. Whether it's a call or a raise, there will be more going in. And Florian is going to raise it up with 3-4 offsuit.
1.4 million.
Now, the types of hands that Dylan is limping in with, Queen 10 is one of the good ones, so he's certainly going to be at least calling with it. I would imagine. I can't possibly imagine him call folding with it. So this is interesting that Florian, who's been very reserved this whole entire table, has decided to kick up the aggression blind versus blind with 3-4 off.
3 million.
And Dylan is going to click it to 3 million. Very sneaky here. And there's not much you can do with 4 high here. So, wow. Looks like he's going to pick up 1.4 million extra there. Not even have to see a flop. Our button folds once again. We got Florian in the small blind with King 10 offsuit.
Five calls. One check.
He's going to limp in with that King 10, and our chip leader Matthew is going to check with 6-4. Flop comes 5 of diamonds, 3 of spades, jack of diamonds. Matthew is open-ended. We got a pure flip here between our players to come up with the best hand. 50-50.
800,000. One calls 800,000.
Florian leads 800 with the king high. Matthew calls in position with that open-ended straight draw. And just like that, hits the nuts on the turn. Let's see if our player from France, Florian, decides to continue betting with his king high or give up the hand. He is going to check.
5 checks.
Now, how much does Matthew want to go for? He knows he has the best hand. He will put all of his chips in right now if he could. But if you're him, you're thinking, how do I get this guy to put as many chips in as possible? And he opts to bet 3 million.
One bets 3 million. Five folds.
He's going to fold. We get another pot to our chip leader. Stacking them up. Six-four suited on the button. Definitely worth an open. Looks like he's making it
800,000.
800. And we got a pair of sevens. Matthew's going to 3-bet it to 3.2 million, and he is calling a shove here happily against Florian if he decides to make it, but seeing as he only has the 6-4 suited, I think it's safe to say he's going to fold.
5 folds.
Couple of good hands in a row for our chip leader, Matthew.
One raises to 800,000. 3 folds. Five calls. Heads up. Check.
We got an open from our button. 8-6 suited from Matthew. Florian defends the queen 9 suited. Flop comes deuce 8-10. Matthew's going to flop middle pair with a running flush draw. Florian has a gutter on the flop, and he hits that gutter on the turn. Nut straight. Flop went check, check. Let's see if our short stack in the big blind decides to bet out here with his nut straight.
Five bets 1.2 million.
He's going to go for a bet of 1.2 million into just over 2 million in the pot. Matthew is deciding with his third pair. He goes for a call. And that's a great river for Matthew, not because it gives him a good hand, but because it makes the board so much worse and stops him from putting more chips in the pot. You saw Florian check there. He's definitely hoping that Matthew had a 9 and he was going to bet that, and then he could maybe just go for a check raise and full double up with his cards. I would have liked to see Florian put out another small bet there on the river just to maybe get some value from 2 pairs or even 1 pairs. And then if Matthew did have a 9, he would still raise it. So
Three folds. Five calls.
Queen 8 suited limps from the small blind, and we got Matthew kicking up the action.
One raises to 1.2 million.
He's going to make it 1.2. This is a good hand from Florian to limp small blind. I'm interested to see how he decides to play it. I don't think folding is good here. Could make a case for calling and raising. He seems like the type of player that'll call here. Yep. If you remember, not too long ago, we saw Dylan do a similar thing with Queen 10 off, and he ended up limp raising it and winning the pot.
That's up.
All right, we got about 2.8 million in the middle. Flop comes down 10-9 deuce, 2 clubs. Florian flops a gut shot straight draw once again, needing a jack to make that straight. Matthew here with his 7 high.
One checks.
Decides to check back to flop. Maybe he's got some sneaky plans for a later street to try to win this pot.
Five checks.
And this is just the type of spot where the true poker is really played. You got one guy with queen high, the other guy raised it up, he has 7 high. Neither of them has anything. There's almost 3 million chips in the pot. You're wondering who's going to try to take it down. Well, Florian made a pair of 8s, so now he has a hand that he can check again, and he doesn't feel a need to bluff with if he decides to do that. And I wonder, is Matthew going to go for this pot? I mean, he only has 7 high. You're not going to win it checking. Looks like Florian is actually going to bet out with his third pair.
1.2 million. One folds.
And he's going to take down this hand.
Five folds. One calls. Three checks.
Another blind versus blind hand. Matthew's coming in with a 4-3 off. Dylan's going to check that 8-3 suited.
One checks.
Great flop for Matthew. You have 3-4. You're going to make a pair and a gut shot. Dylan has that same pair with an 8 kicker. Just going to check it over to Dylan, and Dylan is going to make
Three
a
bet
small bet, 400 into about 1.2. Matthew's getting 4-1 to make a call here with his bottom pair and his gut shot, even a running straight flush draw with that 4 of diamonds. Don't see him going anywhere. And he check raises it. 1.4 million.
1.4 million.
And now if you're Dylan, you're in a tough spot here. I mean, you have a pair heads up, which is usually pretty good, but you got the worst pair and a terrible kicker, and you got no potential with your draw. So this is just like a really tough spot here to continue. And that was a well-timed check raise by Matthew. He knew his opponent was likely to bet, and he used that to his advantage and was able to win this pot. Taking a look at our chip counts, Dylan and Florian are very evenly, with about 25% of the chips in play, and then the other half goes to our chip leader, Matthew. Those are our payouts. We got 662,000 up top, 440 for second, and 325 for third. Our 4th, 5th, and 6th place finishers, Landon Tice, Francis Anderson, and Florida local, Paul Domb. Blind versus blind. Dylan Smith with the Jack-8 offsuit. Going to complete the small, and we got Florian in the big blind with a suited king. King 4 suited. He's going to check his option. 1.2 million chips in the pot. Here comes our flop. Oh boy. That's a good flop for Dylan Smith. He's hit 3 8s. Queen 8, 8, 2 hearts. Let's see how he decides to play this monster flop. Looks like he elected to bet 25% of the pot, 400,000. Actions to Florian with his king high. When your head's up and you have king high on queen 8, 8 after he limps in, like, you're feeling okay with your hand. You don't necessarily think you are beat. So I certainly don't blame him for making this call. Turn's going to give us the 10 of clubs. Dylan now has a straight draw with his 3/8. And he's getting a little sneaky. He's going to check it. He knows Florian has a wide range of hands. He doesn't want to make him fold. Maybe he could get a bet out of him. Maybe Florian will think he has a hand like ace high and try to bluff him out. Something along those lines. This is a great line by Dylan to try to get more chips out of your opponent with this hand. But Florian does not take the bait. He checks it right back. Harmless 6 of clubs on the river. Let's see if Dylan decides to go for a value bet now. Dylan checks, Florian checks. Sheepishly, Florian tells him, you won. 3/8 are good. Nice hand. It's almost like a little needle. But all things considered, I don't think he's getting any more chips out of Florian had he played the hand any differently. And that's some good restraint from the big blind to not try to bluff that pot with his king high. Jack 6 suited folds from the button. I guess our stacks are getting a little bit more shallow. So you're not going to see an open from that type of hand.
Call.
Limps with the king 5 offsuit. It's to our chip leader in the big blind with the ace 9 offsuit. Last time he raised it up was 7-3 off. This time he's just going to check it. Flops the pair of aces. A little sneaky though. After just checking pre-flop, might be harder to put him on it. Florian may think his king high is still good here. He decides to lead for the minimum, 600,000.
600,000.
Sorry, that's not the minimum. That's half the pot. The minimum would have been 400. We got a call from our pair of aces. Setting the trap. 8 of diamonds on the turn. We got a badoogie. There's no flush possible. Florian's going to slow down. It's on Matthew now. He has that top pair of aces. Let's see if he goes to put some more chips in this pot.
$2.6 million.
2.6, that's over the size of the pot. Very big bet. There's not much you could do here if you're Florian. Like, that is just a big, big, big bet. If you get bluffed, good hand. If you have him beat, good hand. Either way. It's going to be some more chips going to the chip stack of our chip leader, Matthew. Limps in with the ace-8 suited. Ooh, we got queen-jack suited from Dylan. This This is going to be more. We could see a big pot here. Okay, we got a check.
Two checks.
Top pair for Dylan.
See one check.
Matthew checks it over to him. Let's see if he goes for a value bet. He does not. Nine of spades on the turn.
See one check.
Surely we're going to be seeing a bet here out of Dylan with his top pair of jacks. Can't imagine the chip leader checking better than that to him twice in a row. Let's get some money out of this hand. Overbets the pot. 1.6 million. And that's going to win it. Dylan is back over 20 million chips. At the beginning of this table, Dylan was certainly one of the most aggressive players. He was playing a lot of hands, but I imagine that the reason he's been a bit more passive lately is because he's trying to just wait Florian out as he dwindles away in chips, and hopefully he wants to get heads up with Matthew.
One raises to 800,000.
Matthew's going to come in for a raise on the button with Jack 9 suited. Up, there he is. He's back. 3.2 million with that King 5 off.
2 million.
We saw a 3-bet from Dylan earlier on in the day with a similar hand, maybe the same hand even,
Fold.
and it was indeed successful. Let's see if he can go 2 for 2. If you're Matthew here, you are just not feeling great because you love your hand in position Jack 9 suited, but this is just a very large 3-bet here, and you are going to be playing a big pot. So he's going to let it go. Another well-timed 3-bet from Dylan Smith, and he's going to collect another nice pot. Suited Jack folded on the button to Florian in the small blind, 4-3 suited.
$4 million from Florian. That would get the pot. That would get it done. Florian. Still plenty of time chips. I always like a player that has a lot of time chips. It means they're playing fast.
Time is on his side. Time is on his side. Chips, not so much.
Florian now is ace-3. Raises to 800,000. Matthew calls with a 9-8. Now Dylan with ace-6. Wow, 3.6 million from Dylan. I was going to ask you ace-6 how that plays three ways. It doesn't play very well. It could be a fold, right?
It plays pretty well when you drop a 3.6
Yes.
million chip bomb in there. I mean, but Florian's got like a pretty interesting 4-bet candidate here. Like if you are going to 4-bet as a bluff, you got the suited wheel ace. You're up against a very aggressive player in Dylan. You have Matthew calling, adding that extra chips in the pot. So, yep.
He does move all in.
There he goes.
Wow.
That's a great time to do it, Florian. Nice hand. If you're going to bluff for a 4-bet for all your chips, that's the spot to do it.
Okay. I need to study more. That's clear. That's the one thing that's clear.
Yeah, me too.
Very nicely done by Florian. We're at about 20 million now. Matthew folds is 5-3.
Dylan continuing his limp from the small blind strategy. He's got ace-4 off. Florian picks up the suited queen. Decides to check. Let's see a flop.
Ace-10 deuce, ace-deuce of clubs. Dylan flops a pair here. He bets 400,000. Dylan gets this one. This is the Rock and Roll Poker Open. They have 4 big events here a year, including the Lucky Hearts, the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, and the, what's the last one? I should know this. Usually tell by the picks that are on the room. Florian was 7-4. The Showdown.
Is the Showdown?
Yes, I think that's the. Yeah, that's the 4th one. Matthew with queen 4 suited.
One check.
He says, let's go. Playing a pot for the minimum, 400,000. Flop 987. 987. Florian flops bottom pair. 1 diamond on the flop.
C6 check.
A check from Florian.
Well, C1 bet 800,000. C6 call.
Clean turn there for Florian. He's going to check call with his bottom pair of 7s. Let's see if Matthew decides to fire another barrel with his queen high.
One check.
He does not. He checks it back. Let's see a river.
It's queen.
Oh my goodness. He hit the 3-outer. The 3-out queen. And you should be able to value bet it if it gets checked to.
C6 check.
Florian does check.
How much you think he's betting here, Savage?
I think he's going to bet 1.6.
I like that guess.
Okay. See if I'm getting better at this. Oh. 2.5.
Boom! That's why he's there and we're here.
Yeah, that's why he's there and we're here.
Well, maybe. Well, 1.6 has a better chance of getting called by the 7. 2.5 is just too much.
Is that right? Okay. And as you said, he does fold.
Florian has no idea how gross that hand was. He hit the 3-outer that he could actually bet against him and win the pot.
Fold.
Florian's folding. "23 years old, and Matthew here. We'll raise it. Makes it 1.2. And that'll get the pot.
One raises to 8.
Matthew raises to 800,000.
Fold. C3.
Dylan folds. Now to Florian. What are the current ICM implications here, Matthew?
ICM implications, what do you mean?
I don't know. With the stack sizes.
Yeah, I mean, so you got to battle for second in a way.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of close. Like, both of these players have a quarter of the chips in play. You know, so they're only like 8% under the chip average. You know, if the average was 33, assuming three-handed. But you know, naturally in any poker tournament.
Florian with a nice 3-bet there, Queen 3, and gets it through, wins the spot.
Yeah, that was an impressive 3-bet, by the way. Queen 3 offsuit in the big blind. He's been very patient, has not been messing around too much, and he picked the right time to put more chips in. And he just got a fold out of King Jack. That was like one of the best hands we've seen on the button. So like, winning those extra chips right there is just a massive boost to your chances of winning this tournament. Well done, Florian. But as far as ICM goes, you know, you clearly just want to outlast other players, and you want to pick times to avoid conflict because it might be beneficial to your overall equity and chances of how much money you're going to come out of this thing with. So it can definitely have an implication, but when two of the players have the same stacks, it's more straightforward. Whereas, let's say, for example, just hypothetically, if Florian had 6 million chips and Dylan had 22 million, and then our chip leader still had like well over 30, then, you know, he might be able to abuse Dylan a little more because Dylan would have a lot more to protect.
Okay.
You know?
That makes sense. All right, ace 10 of hearts for Dylan. And again, Florian with queen 10
Look
goes
at
for
these
3.2 million. Matthew with
three
queen
beautiful
10
hands.
of suited.
Suited 10s.
Also, queen 10 versus ace 10.
If Matthew just rips it in right here, he gets to win almost 5 million chips. But obviously that's easier said than done. And now Dylan's opening up like a very good hand for the button, ace 10 suited. Florian just put his second 3-bet in a row. Are you thinking that's strength? That's weakness? I don't know. Like, he just did it twice in a row, though. And, it looks like our players are getting a little more aggression.
And he does make the call here, 3.2.
Our players are trying to decide which one of them has more chips. They're about the same.
Flop 7, deuce, deuce.
Florian's been our pre-flop aggressor, putting in his 3-bet with just queen high. Dylan does have the better hand, though, and position on the button with the ace 10 suited.
Trying to figure out a way to win this pot for Florian out of position.
You want to start with a small bet.
And there it is. 1.2 million.
1.2 million.
And Dylan knew that was coming, so you're gonna get him for one more, definitely.
One club on the flop. Florian with the queen 10 of clubs.
I think you're gonna get him for one more, right? He's not gonna fold here with ace high.
And he does make the call.
So now we got a pot of nearly 10 million chips, which each of our players just barely has more than.
An 8 of hearts on the turn. These are the spots that are always so hard to make that second bet.
Yeah, both of our players right now are just like, oh my god, I am in a huge pot and I have nothing. Like, this is a tough spot. What do I do?
Right.
Based on what we've witnessed at the table so far, you know, Florian hasn't been too out of line until recently. But Dylan and Matthew, and all these guys have been playing lots of hands with each other over the last few days, so they might be a little bit more familiar with each other's capabilities.
He's going to go for it here.
Yep.
I like it. That's 3.5 million. And if you're Dylan, how can you call here? Don't you have to put him on some kind of pair? I don't know.
That makes two of us. I do not know. I mean, I wish we could have a little microphone inside of each of these players' heads to know what they were thinking, but this is just this is poker at its finest right here.
And he's out of time extensions now.
He's got 30 seconds. There's a 13 million chip pot. He has a 93% chance to win this hand, but he has no idea that he's in that good a shape. Shoving seems tough here with Dylan's hand because
he's got to fold, I believe.
And he does it.
He moved all in. Wow.
I just want to like
nice.
clap so hard for this play. Like that is so impressive, guys. Like, I mean, I'm in shock. You know, when you get snapped off by like jacks there from Florian, you're just like feeling gutted.
Right.
And Dylan just found the trigger and just won a massive pot with ace high.
Very nicely done.
And he's coming back toward the chip lead. He's got.
I mean, in spots like that, does it sometimes come down to a tell?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It might. It didn't look like he was really looking over at him though. So maybe the tell is more timing based or bet sizing based. Maybe it's because Florian doesn't have any shoes on. I don't know. It could be a number of things, but nonetheless, if I had a hat on, I would take it off for Dylan because that was just a great play.
Well done. And he thinks he's made a great play too, not knowing that he actually had the best hand.
I think he thinks he had the best hand now after he folds that quickly. But then again, like, I don't know, does Florian make that line with ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king type of hands? Is he going to do that bet fold? I think you might get a check from him in one of those spots.
If you're in Florian's spot, are you ever folding that fast, or are you going to try and make it look like you had something? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that bluff only works for, like, 30 minutes until the delay catches up with your friend. So I would imagine all these guys have people feeding them cards, but I don't know.
All right, these flopped top pair and a straight draw. Dylan with that gut shot straight draw as well. Matthew bets 600,000. $600,000 bet and called. Another 9 on the turn, giving Matthew trip 9s here. Very nice position to be in. Still got that straight draw as well. And I think this pot gets one right here with a bet of 1.6 million.
2.1 million.
Or 2.1. No call. Matthew wins the pot.
Dylan was drawing dead there, wasn't he? Because the 6 would have given Matthew a full house. So, nice hand, nice hand.
They do get their name on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. That's the big trophy that you see behind the table. Matt Waxman's already achieved that in his poker career 2 times.
1.5.
One raises to 1 million.
Matthew raises to 1 million, excuse me. Florian now with a pair. Going for it here.
Rip it in. You got a very good hand, does not flop so great against a button who has plenty of chips, but you're probably ahead, so just take that 2 million
there it is.
right now. There you go, Florian.
And Matthew says, I can't do it. Does fold. So Florian wins this one.
You guys don't like folding.
Florian complained a little bit about his English, but I'm telling you, he's pretty good. Pretty good at English. His English is much better than my French. Let's just say that.
Oui.
Oui. Parlez-vous français?
Dylan's had some nice momentum lately. Let's see if he continues that here on the button with his ace-4 offsuit.
Re-raise to 1 million.
And he's going to run into Florian in the small blind with ace-10 suited. Well, Florian's got 22.5 big blinds right here. You could probably make a case for calling, 3-betting, and shoving. I would hate to see a fold out of him.
It's going to 3-bet to 2.8 million.
2.8 million. One folds.
Now remember, he does not have any more time extension chips. If that buzzer goes off, his hand is automatically dead when facing a bet.
Unless he's
facing a
grabbing
check.
the chips and moving them forward, or no?
No, he'd still
Really?
be dead. Yeah, they'd have to get them out there or announced before.
Yeah, so for anyone that's getting ready to play their first action clock tournament, if that thing is ticking down and you didn't grab the chips yet, just announce it verbally. Say call, fold, raise, whatever you want to do, so at least you do not get your hand killed.
Absolutely. I suggest not running out of time extension chips. It's the safest play.
Easier said than done. There's a lot of tough decisions in poker. Unless you're Landon Tice or Calvin Anderson.
Yeah, exactly.
5 folds. One calls.
We got some blind versus blind play between our two big stacks at the table. Both of them with Queen Rag. But neither of them with the Savage. The Queen 5.
Queen 5, and it's got to be suited too.
Oh.
But Dylan does flop a pair. Middle pair on that flop with the Queen 4. And he'll start the betting
One bet 600,000.
at 600,000. Dylan can actually use the clock now as a fold mechanism if he wanted to. 10 seconds. You hear the beep.
1.8 million.
Ooh,
Oh, he's going to go for a raise here.
Raise to 1.8 million.
1.8. That'll get it done.
I guess
Nice
that's an
raise,
interesting
Dylan.
play because he figures he has enough hand to win the pot right here, but his hand isn't strong enough to the point where it's protected against some random hands. And he might just decide, let me win it now. And I'm pretty sure if Matthew played back at him there, he would just be done with the hand too and probably avoid himself putting in more chips at a future street against a tougher hand that he would do if you were just to call, for example. That's what I make of it, at least. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Matthew with 9s.
One raise to 1 million.
250,000, 500,000 out of the blinds, and now 9s versus 6s.
We have an 80% chance of getting heads up soon.
Really?
I can't imagine Florian folding or not
Moves
shoving.
all in and called, and Florian doesn't like what he sees there. He sees the 9s. Potential.
We got everybody standing in this room except for our
third
dealer,
place
of course.
finisher. Florian
Sixes and nines.
Ribouchon. He's asking for an upside down 9, he says, I think. Here comes that flop. It's a 9 right in the window, followed by a jack and a 4.
Diamonds are all he's got.
Diamonds is all he's got. Running diamonds or running 6s.
Yeah, I think we could.
10 on the turn. That's going to do it.
That'll do it.
We are now heads up for the Rock and Roll Poker Open Championship here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, Hotel and Casino. When we come back, we will have the exciting conclusion. Congratulations to Florian Ribouchon, who did take home $325,000. Congratulations for that. But now we have the heads-up match between Dylan Smith and our chip leader, Matthew Beinner. Congratulations to both these guys and to all of the winners here. We'll be right back to see the exciting conclusion of this event.
Congrats, guys. Thanks.
A local player
Yep.
here. He considers himself fortunate. He thinks poker is very intuitive, and he's just happy to be here, he said.
I
And
played a
he
lot with Paul.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah, in the local tournaments. I've seen him for years, and he's always really well conducted at the table. You know, he's definitely thinking about his decisions, and you can tell he loves to play poker. So
5 raises to 1.2 million.
The raise is to 1.2 million. Oh, and now Matt with kings here. Big trouble for Paul. Potentially. 1.2 is what Landon made it with ace-9 of clubs.
yeah, I mean, Paul's only got 5 million chips here. I really wouldn't recommend folding your jacks in this spot, even though we can see that Matt has kings.
1 raises to 3 million.
Because, like,
There's
I
a
don't-
4-bet to 3 million from Matt here. You hear that in the background? That is the protection poker action clock that we do use here. The players have 30 seconds to act pre-flop, and time extensions that will equal 30 seconds. So big decisions. You get a little more time on them if you need it, but there is some pressure there with those time clocks in play.
yeah, with this dynamic, I mean, I don't really know how Matt plays, but I can't see you folding jacks here.
And he does move all in for 5.4 million. A snap call here from Matt. And Paul's going to see the bad news. Jacks versus kings early on here at this final table. Paul Domb at risk here. tough one for our philanthropist and financier. Been playing poker for 40 years, he says. But he's in a tough position now. Kings versus Jacks. We could possibly have our first elimination here. Sixth place is $140,000. Not bad for a week's work. But 6-4 deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds, both players with a diamond in their hand, so that does not help Paul on that flop. Turn card is a 10. And Paul down to 2 outs here. He could be our first player eliminated in 6th place. And it's a 3. That's going to do it. We're going to lose Paul Domb here early on this final table. He'll take home $140,000, but not what he wanted coming into today. Good week for Paul. It's nice to see him at the final table. He's a local favorite here at the Seminole Hard Rock, and Jason Heidenthal says he's a very good man. So kind of hoping for better things for Paul, but he'll be all right. I did get offered to be a model once.
I don't know. You didn't. I'm sorry. That's false.
You picked my bluff straight off.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a brand that would want you to represent them, and I couldn't come up with anything.
Matthew here now with Ace King.
Maybe like a retirement golfing home or something. They'd love you.
The raise to 625.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
And Francis now with queens.
Looks like Landon has a chance at a pay jump here, too, because Francis should be getting this money in. You want to 3-bet your hand and call Matt's all in if you have queens here and you're Francis.
You go for it here for
Oh,
Francis?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This
Okay.
is a very good hand. Matt's been playing very aggressively. Like, Francis is doing this and hoping Matt now shoves with jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, all those hands that play really strong, blind versus blind.
The raise is to 1.55.
Yep. If they don't get the money in here pre-flop, then I'll be shocked.
And there it is, the all in. And the snap call. The classic Queens versus Ace King.
Put your jacket on.
The jacket is on.
And Matt says, no jacket, no jacket. He's a believer, too, in the superstition.
Yeah, 5% blind. And I got the other covered.
Francis came in the day with 13 big blinds, I believe, and now he's playing a pot for 50 big blinds, which is just what a start for him.
All right, we're going to see as we go to the flop. There is a clean flop, 7-4-9. Queens in the lead. Ace King running flush draw for Matt.
Running clovers.
Running clovers. Turn card is coming up here.
Oh,
It's a king. And Francis now down to 2 outs. He
keep
needs
the
a
jacket
queen
on.
here.
Keep it on.
No, you got to keep the jacket on. Can't take it off. Here comes the river card. It's a 10.
That's unfortunate.
And that's unfortunate, too. We're going to lose Francis Anderson. He's going to be our 5th place finisher. He will take home $184,000. A great run here.
Oh, that's a really good sportsmanship out of Francis. He says to Matt that he wants to see him win it. Also allowed. Get encouraged.
That's correct. Dylan with King 7. He does let it go. Landon now with 9s. Is this a shove spot once again?
Well, he's got 3.9 million.
Raise.
So that's
He raises
13
to 500,000.
oh, my
no.
goodness.
And now Florian with the 10s right behind.
very unfortunate for Landon.
So now Florian can shove here, yeah?
Yeah, Florian's going to put the money in. Landon's going to gladly call because he has a monster with 2 9s. And he has to assume Florian's going to have way worse hands than him.
He does
Florian's
move
going
all
to do
in.
this with 8s and lower. Some aces.
Matthew with Jack 6 lets it go and let the heads-up battle continue. Come on, Landon says. 9s versus 10s. What is going on? He's had such good hands to
We
make
didn't
these
get him
moves
back
with.
to 3.9 million just to go out like this, man.
Yeah, and Landon looking for a 9 here. He is
He's got me covered.
2 suits different for both players. Florian nervously.
Oh, yeah, I think they're ready. 5 and 5, and it's 300 here. All right, guys, congratulations. Good luck.
And we are back. We got heads-up play here between Matthew Beinner and Dylan Smith. As you can see, Matthew just knocked out our third-place finisher, Florian Ribouchon, and he has about a 2-to-1 chip lead on Dylan Smith going into heads-up play. These two players are playing for first place of $662,000, which is a difference of $220,000. And our first hand, we got Dylan playing as our dealer. He's got Jack-9 off from the small blind. The small blind does act first in heads-up play. They are also the dealer. And Matthew has the King-4 offsuit from the big. You got a nice look at our trophy here at the Seminole Hard Rock, the Rock and Roll Poker Open. Our blinds are 250 and 500,000 with a 500,000 ante. Our first hand, you saw Dylan limp in, Matthew kick it up.
You say you're in Florida now? You? I do like half in New York. I try to come here as much as I can.
You guys in Fort Lauderdale when you're done here?
In both.
Matthew's going to limp in with pocket fours here on the button.
5 checks.
And Dylan checks 7-8 off from the big blind. We got 1.5 million chips in the pot. Two 5s and a king with a couple of clubs out there.
2 bets, 500,000.
Matthew is going to bet the minimum after being checked to.
Five raises to 1.5 million.
Dylan's going for a check raise here. 1.5 million. We got a call. Pot's just 4.5 million. Interesting turn card. Dylan now had 8 high on the flop, but he has picked up an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. He's also got 2 overcards. Even a king would give Dylan the best hand here. And he now has taken the lead in the hand after check raising the flop. So let's see if he continues the aggression. Matthew would certainly be in a tough spot with 2 4s had he faced another bet from Dylan, but Dylan's going to decide to check it. If you look at our hand equities, you'll see that there is a 7% chance of a tie, 50% chance for Matthew to win. And our river is the 10 of hearts, meaning the 4s are indeed the best hand. But is Dylan going to try to win this pot with a bet? Dylan runs out of time and checks his hand. Matthew checks back. Definitely an interesting aspect of this heads-up situation. Dylan is out of time chips.
Correct.
So when he runs out of his 30 seconds, he is forced to check, or if he's facing a bet, he is forced to fold his hand. As you can see, those little time chips, the blue ones on the right side of Matthew's stack. He's got about 9 of them or so. And each one of those is worth an additional 30 seconds if he is put into a tough decision. Dylan's going to have our button in his hand with 5-3 off. As you can see, he's got 21 million chips to start the hand. Matthew has just under 50 million. So Dylan has 40 big blinds, a little over 40 big blinds, which means both of these players are still pretty deep stacked, so we can see some very interesting hands here heads up. Maybe not deep stacked, but they're certainly not short. Flop comes down 6 queen 7, giving Dylan a gut shot. Matthew only has jack high with a 4 kicker, but if he does hit that 4, it will make a straight for Dylan. He checks it on over to Dylan, who has position. He is the pre-flop raiser. Let's see if he continues to bet his hand.
4.5.
He does indeed fire out a pot-sized bet of 4.5 million with the 5 high, and he's going to win a real nice pot there. Matthew completes the button with 6 deuce offsuit. It's over to Dylan in the big blind with queen 7.
5 checks.
We're taking a flop here. Five, 3, 10. Gut shot for Matthew. Queen high for Dylan. He checks it on over to Matthew on the button. Check, check. Here comes the turn. We got the 8 of diamonds. Still nothing for either player. Whoever bets might win this pot. Looks like we got check, check. Or no, we got 1 check. And now Matthew's going to fire at this one for 700,000. He's going to take it down.
Raised to 1 million.
Dylan's going to min raise the button with 6-3 off. Matthew's got 10-6 offsuit out of the big blind. Looks like it's enough for him to defend. We got 2.5 million chips in the pot, taking a flop. That 6 in the door is going to pair both of our players, but Matthew is in front with the 10 kicker. He's also got running diamonds and a running straight draw.
Five bet 600,000.
Dylan bet 600,000 after Matthew checked to him, but now Matthew is going to check raise him up to 1.8 million. Matthew has certainly been doing a lot more check raising out of position in pots with Dylan lately. And when you check raise bottom pair, it's always really nice to turn 2 pair, which is what just happened. Let's see if Matthew wants to go for a big bet now and maybe even try to get all his chips in by the river.
Two bets 3.1 million.
Goes about half pot, 3 million. Dylan's getting 3 to 1 to call here with bottom pair, which is not enough, so he's going to fold. Adding a few more chips to Matthew's stack.
3 green chips.
Eight deuce off on the button. If he's not folding this hand, ladies and gentlemen, then he's
2 calls.
probably not folding much.
Check.
Dylan checks his ace high. He's going to flop top pair of aces. Matthew has a gut shot with that deuce. A 3 will give him the wheel.
Two bets 500,000.
And he's going to bet the minimum. Let's see if Dylan decides to just call here or go for a raise. We know he's not folding. He does indeed just call. 6 of hearts makes him open-ended with his 7, which means that that 3 is no longer an out for Matthew. However, a 7 would give him an 8 high straight, which is why you see that he is still 7%. And right after Dylan checks to him, Matthew bets 2.5 million, which is a pot-sized bet. So Dylan's trap is working very well right now. He's got over a 90% chance to win this hand, and he has his opponent firing millions of chips into this pot.
Calls 2.5.
He elects to call. We got 7.5 million in the middle. Let's go to a river. Ooh, beautiful river for Dylan. He's got trip aces. Matthew has 8 high. There is a lot of money out there. I'd imagine if Dylan checks to him, he's going to be inclined to try to bet and win this pot. Let's see if Dylan can find the check here. timer just ran out, so Dylan is forced to check. Matthew cannot win this pot against a random hand with 8 high, so surely he has to bet if he wants to win that $7.5 million. Let's see if he opts to do so. Wow, and he just checks, gives up the pot. You cannot win this hand. 7 deuce is the only 7 deuce 7 3. Those are the only hands you could be with 8 high. So when you check there, you are just forfeiting the pot. Dylan did not put any bets in at all with his aces. He didn't raise pre-flop. So surely you could think that you'd have a good chance to fire and win that pot, but Matthew has the restraint to just check it and saves himself a good deal of tournament chips by not betting there. I think if you're Dylan and you see that, I don't know if he saw his hand or not, but you would probably be adjusting to Matthew's play by giving him more credit for those big bets. Like that spot right there would have been a massive bet by Matthew, and he did not pull the trigger on it. So I think you're going to adjust by believing that, you know, he's more towards value for the big bets. We've seen Matthew bluff plenty on the smaller bets, but maybe he's just not going to pull the trigger on those large ones. Or maybe he just had a great read and he decided to find that check back and give up the pot at the right time.
Two calls, 500,000. 5 checks. Check. 2 bets, 500,000.
We're going to the turn. Board pairs 5s. Dylan has top pair aces, aces and 5s, and Matthew once again has a gut shot. Dylan is checking it over to Matthew on the button.
Check.
Jack of hearts completes the flush possibility on the river. Neither of our players have any hearts. Dylan checks it once more.
2 checks. Ace.
And Dylan's going to win another pot. Taking a look at our chip stacks. Matthew, our chip leader, he has 94 big blinds, 47,150,000, and that is 65.8% of our chips in play. So he's got about a 2-to-1 chip lead on his opponent, Dylan Smith. These are our final two players for the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open, Rock and Roll Poker Open. They're playing for $660,000 for first place, which is over $200,000 more than our second place finisher. Another ace for Dylan. He limps the small blind with the ace-6 off, and Matthew checks 5 deuce suited in the big. Flop comes down 10 queen jack. A king would give Dylan Broadway. A straight 10 to ace. And he's going to bet, and Matthew quickly folds his hand.
Raised to 1.5 million.
Matthew's going to raise up the button with the ace. Ace deuce offsuit. Dylan's in the big blind with jack 3 suited.
Call.
Matthew elects for the 3x from our button, 1.5 million. And we got an interesting flop here. King 4-9 with 2 diamonds, so our big blind Dylan has picked up a jack high flush draw.
Bet 1 million.
He checks it over to Matthew, who's going to bet $1 million into $3.5 million. And now Dylan is thinking to himself, does he want to call? Does he want to raise? We know he's not folding. He opts to just call his hand. We got $5.5 million in the pot now. Turn brings the 8 of spades.
Check.
No help to either player. Dylan checks it over to our chip leader, Matthew. He's on the button. Let's see if he wants to fire another bullet with his ace high. He checks it back. We're going to see a river. And it is the 8 of diamonds pairing the board, giving a flush to Dylan. He's now feeling very good about this hand after his opponent checks back the turn. He does want more chips in this pot, I guarantee it. But is he going to try to do that with checking, or is he going to make a bet himself? He bets $8 million into a pot of $5.5 million. There's a very large bet. And I think I like the decision to bet here out of Dylan after we have seen that Matthew is very likely to just check back and not even try to bluff his weak hand. So you can target his value hands that he would be putting the chips in with and place a big bet, but Matthew does not have enough to call. He only has ace high. He gives Dylan credit and he makes a good fold. Dylan picks up king queen offsuit on the button. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 1 million. That's a min raise. Let's see if Matthew defends his 8-5 offsuit. He does indeed come along to see a flop.
Call. Check.
Flop comes deuce 10-9 with 2 hearts. Dylan has picked up a gut shot. He has his overcards, and king high remains the best hand, making him an 80% favorite. Matthew checks it on over to him. He checks it back.
Check.
Board's going to pair 9s on the turn. Let's see if Matthew decides to find a bluff here, or if he checks it one more time. He does indeed check it to Dylan.
Check.
Four clubs on the river, so Dylan keeps the best hand with his king high. Matthew has one last chance to try to bluff at this pot. He does not take it.
And check.
8 high.
And Dylan's going to win another pot.
Matt Savage here with Matt Waxman, here from the Rock and Roll Poker Open, Seminole Hard Rock in Florida. There's the pick. It's on the table for the $3,500 championship event. Matthew with 10-7. Dylan king 5.
Call.
Matthew Beinner raises or calls 500,000. Dylan also just checks. Flop is a 10-7-6 2 pair for Matthew Beinner.
Bet. 500,000.
500,000 bet. That'll get the bet. That'll get the call, or no call, excuse me, and the pot.
Raise to 2 million.
Dylan raises to 2 million with 4-3 offsuit. Matthew with king 6. Makes the call.
Call.
Flop king 7.
Ding, ding,
Matthew
ding.
checks, and he checks. Hoping to draw a bet here from Dylan.
And I like his chances because Dylan has 4 high. And he's not going to win this pot checking.
Makes it 1.1 million.
That is 1.1
Again, the green
million.
chips are 1 million. The banana-colored chips are 500,000, and 100,000 on the brown. Matthew, thinking about what he wants to do. What do you like here? Just a call?
Yeah.
Just a call.
I love a
there
call.
There it is. And
In this particular instance, his opponent has a 0% chance of winning the pot on the flop, which is hard to do in no limit hold'em.
Check.
turn card is a 9.
He's got a very aggressive player, Dylan Smith, betting in position, so
He
let him
checks
go.
it again. And a check.
Check.
Dylan wisely pumps the brakes here. He says, oh, wait a minute. This don't feel right.
And a 9 on the river. It will now go bet, fold. But how much will he bet?
I don't know. I would love to see another check.
Oh,
Looking
wow.
at the hand, of course. You know, that's because I get to see their cards. But if I were to bet my nut full house here, well, you got to think what's going to call you. Did Dylan pick up a 9 on the turn? And is that why he's checking? Looks like he's going for a lot. 10 million into 6. That's
10 million.
a healthy wager.
That is 10 million.
What's the thought process with betting big like that?
If he has a 9, I hope he calls. If he
Yeah.
has anything else, he's folding.
Even an ace?
I mean, I think I could fold, like, based on the information I have watching this, I think I could comfortably fold a 9 there.
Oh, wow.
When he goes for
Okay.
the massive overbet of the pot. And that's simply because, like, Matthews displayed a tendency of not making those big wagers with as a bluff. You know, we just saw him give up a few hands where I know I would have tried to bluff if I were him, even though I would have lost a lot more chips than Matthew did because he was getting called if he did bluff there. I don't know, just my intuition would tell me that to believe him when he overbets the pot like that. So yeah, Dylan did well to not bet the turn and just easily fold the river.
Raise to 1.5 million.
We got our last 2 players left out of 1,435 entries. This is a $3,500 buy-in event. They get some good numbers here at the Hard Rock.
Flop is 9, 5, deuce.
Check.
Good flop for the king 8, as 2 of the cards are below the 7.
Check.
Both players pick up a gut shot, 6 of diamonds. They need the other player's kicker to make their straight. As you can see, if this hand goes to showdown, Matthew has a very good chance to win because
Check.
he covers the king and his kicker will be playing. So if Dylan wants to win this pot, he's going to need either an 8 or a nice bluff.
Check.
But I think king high is just too much hand for him to want to bluff. You could win at showdown plenty. So I think the most likely situation is this goes check, check. But then again, when you see your player checking so much you'd think Matthew could have a hand like ace high.
That is 900,000.
This is interesting. 900. Like I thought he would have bet bigger, and I don't think he's value betting. Like all things considered, I think Matthew's gonna fold this hand. I would have expected a bigger sizing from Dylan for a bluff, but let's see if Matthew can find a call here with literally one notch higher. He has king 8. He's up against king 7. This would be one hell of a hero call.
He does fold. Dylan wins the pot.
Call.
Dylan just calls here with king 9. And you like this mixing in calls and raises here? Heads up.
Yeah, you always want to have a good mixed strategy so that you're not too predictable. Heads up.
Check.
King 9's a nice hand because, you know, if you raise and get called, like sometimes you could be in a worse shape, but by just like limping, you might get a lot of hands that you dominate to play with you.
Check.
Like 9-10, 9-8, or like 9-3 offsuit because you're heads up and they don't have a choice. Your hand flops pretty well, so you can play it well. You have position. There's a good case for
Check.
Dylan checking his middle pair, backdoor flush draw, and does go check, check, a 6 on the turn.
And Dylan's feeling very good about his hand right now.
Check.
Now checks and a check behind,
That's interesting.
and the river's a 4. Still got to feel good about his hand with that 4 river.
Check.
Yeah, he's going to go for a bet here, hoping that Matthew picked up a pair of some sorts.
Got 500.
500, the minimum. Please, sir, give me a donation. One big blind. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Call.
And Matthew does lose 1.5 million in that hand.
I'd pay 500 just to see Dylan's hand there.
Yeah.
One chip, it's a bargain. I don't know if Dylan gave anything away, but still. It's just nice to know, you know?
10-3 calls, the queen 3 checks. Small ball poker. And a 3 on the flop, also a king and a 6. Both players flopping a pair of 3s. Dylan checks. And a check behind.
Check.
Turn card is a deuce. $500,000 to bet from Dylan. And a call.
Call.
River card is an 8. Queen kicker plays here.
You think he's going to bet again?
Dylan with a check mark. I don't know. Perhaps. I think he should. What do you think?
I don't know. I'd love to see him bet like 700. I think that would be pretty cool. 500, even cooler.
500,000.
Yeah, because that, you know, it might stop Matthew from bluffing you, but you could also get a call from a deuce or an ace high, or a worse 3 in this case. Look at that.
And
Look
that
at that
will win.
value at a fourth pair. That's what
Nice.
I'm talking about. You're feeling good, even though that's a small pot. Like, that's just a nice win there.
Looks like it's about 40 million to 25 million in favor of Matthew.
40 to 30.
Matthew Beinner. There it is.
40 to 29. 42 to 29.
Very close.
Something like that. Whatever. We got 2 deep stacked players right now. Neither one wants to budge.
Keeping the pot small for the time being. Still plenty of big blinds each. There doesn't have to be a hurry. This could take a while.
Call.
Both players in for the minimum, 500,000 apiece. 7-4 versus Jack 3. 7-4 in the hand of Matthew Beinner.
I don't know if we'll be seeing any walks, heads up. Matthew already showed that he's limping in the 8 deuce off, so we only got one more hand to see if there's any
4-3,
walks.
both players flopping a pair here. Matthew with the better pair, bets 500,000.
He's also got running straight and flush possibilities with that 7-4. And he's got position. I like his chances.
Call.
Call is made. Turn cards a jack. 2 pair now for Dylan.
I no longer like Matthew's chances.
He checks it. And a check. 6 on the river. Dylan with the check mark.
How much is he betting, Matt?
He is going to bet 1.5. No.
More.
More.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Check!
He checks it. Ah, doesn't like the check there. Shows 2 pair. Matthew happy to get out of that hand.
But if he did bet, it would have been more.
It's
I'm just saying.
All right. I said less than 2.5, and I was correct.
I feel like he would have went for a big bet there. All right, raise the blinds, guys.
That's how it's gonna go, huh?
1-2. There he is, our chip leader. 57% of all the chips, which means that Dylan has 43% of the chips.
Down.
So we got a close match here. Dylan is shortening the lead of Matthew, our chip leader. Up.
Ooh.
Action. We got good hands here. Pocket Jack's on the button, and King 10 is a very good hand heads up. You have lots of potential. You usually have the best hand with it.
Going with the big raise here. 2.5.
Yeah, that's a 5x raise here on the button here. I think we saw a 4x from Dylan earlier.
Mixing it up.
And Matthew with the King 10 has enough hand here to defend. You could even make a case for 3-betting sometimes, but I do like his approach of just calling here. I would not have liked him folding.
Flop ace. 8-3. 2 spades. Matt with the king of spades as well. He starts it off with a check.
Does Dylan go for his 20% bet here, or do you think he's going to find a check? Looks like a 20%er.
Yes, that's 1.4.
A little more than 20%.
Can Matthew just get out of this hand?
I'd love a check raise from him here. Oh yeah, there it is. 4 million. 5 million. And that's great because like your hand could be good, but you don't want to call and then just face 5 million from Dylan on the turn and have no idea what to do. So he gets to just check raise here. But now if you're Dylan, you're thinking, well, what kind of hands is he check raising? Is he check raising just an ace? I don't know. The aces that he might want to check raise are either 2-pair aces or aces that have a big enough kicker where he would have 3-bet pre. So then Dylan's thinking, well, does he have a flush draw? Can he have a set of 3s? I don't know. But you definitely polarize the types of hands you could be having when you do that.
And he gets away with it. Nice job there from Matthew.
Yep.
Yeah, he just has to put him on an ace there, right?
I mean, I think you have to put him on better than an ace. I don't think Matthew's going to do that with like an ace 7 or something. Because if Matthew has like an ace 7, ace 9, ace 10 even, he's probably just going to check call Dylan and let him keep betting. So he either has a big draw or like a 2-pair or set type of hand.
27. Is that where you started?
Have a little bit more. It was 28 to. I think it started with like 22, 23.
Matthew with kings. Raises to 1.5. That'll win this pot.
Okay, guys. On a 15-minute break.
All right, we're taking a short break here. We'll be back for what I think will be the exciting conclusion of this battle between Matthew Beinner and Dylan Smith, both looking for their first WPT title from the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Rock and Roll Poker Open in Hollywood, Florida.
Very excited to check raise a couple times.
with 10-3 suited. He lets it go. Francis with King-4. He is also out. And Dylan.
Oh my goodness.
With pocket aces here.
The money's going in here, folks. Landon can't wait to 4-bet this hand.
Really?
Oh yeah, you have ace king against Dylan. You're thrilled to 4-bet this hand. He's probably gonna 4-bet call it off. So this stinks for our young favorite Landon.
Three raises to 2.2 million.
Makes it 2.2 million. And now Landon facing that 3-bet.
I wonder if the stacks are like awkward enough where Landon might just call here. I mean, I know the solver is always going to just put more bets in here, but like,
Is he a solver player?
he is indeed a solver player. Yeah, he's a great player, Landon. He's been learning a lot of poker stuff. He's really well informed, but I just don't see him getting away here.
3.8.
He does the click and raise. Makes it 3.8 million, not using one of those time chips.
Yep, and he's gonna call the all-in, I believe.
So you're not just re-raising here. If you're Dylan, you are moving all in.
Not necessarily, but I mean, Landon's hand looks really strong here, and I don't think Landon's the type of guy that's going to put in a 4-bet and fold, like with a strong hand.
All right, so he's used the 30-second time chip. Little strategic move there.
I'm really interested to see if like there's any chance Dylan just calls here, but like I think he's just going to shove, and then Landon should call. But whenever you're 5-betting at a WPT final table, like it's always a pretty serious hand, you know. Yeah.
And he does move all in.
Yeah,
And he does make the call, and
Landon.
he's not going to like what he sees. Aces versus ace-king. This is really tough for Landon Tice.
Yeah, and when you're such an aggressive player like Landon, you get to put all the chips in with the ace-king like profitably, like all the time. So when you run into aces, it's really unfortunate. There are some players that if they 4-bet and get shoved on, they can fold ace-king because of their perceived images. I don't know if they know that or not, but
Right. So Landon still has chips behind. He is 1.1 million behind. Dylan is the all-in player. But we're going to see what's going to happen. This could leave Landon very short stacked here. Flop is very good for Dylan with a 9-7-4, 2 diamonds. He also has the ace of diamonds in his hand. That's not going to make a difference in this.
Landon needs 2 kings.
He needs running kings here. And it's a 10 on the turn. And that's not going to be enough. Landon Tice loses this pot. Dylan Smith with a massive win here, up to 26 million with those aces. And just a tough one for Landon. You know, you play so well all week, and just to run into that early on the final table is just so tough.
I couldn't come up with anything.
Matthew here now with ace-king.
Maybe like a retirement golfing home or something. They'd love you.
The raise to 625.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
and Francis now with queens.
Looks like Landon has a chance at a pay jump here too, because Francis should be getting this money in. You want to 3-bet your hand and call Matt's all in if you have queens here and you're Francis.
You go for it here for
Oh
Francis?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This
Okay.
is a very good hand. Matt's been playing very aggressively. Like Francis is doing this and hoping Matt now shoves with jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, all those hands that play really strong, blind versus blind.
The raise is to 1.55.
Yep. If they don't get the money in here pre-flop, then I'll be shocked.
And there it is, the all-in. And the snap call. The classic Queens versus Ace-King.
Put your jacket on.
The jacket is on.
And Matt says, no jacket, no jacket. He's a believer, too, in the superstition.
Yeah, Bombers is flying. And I got the other covered.
Francis came in the day with 13 big blinds, I believe, and now
Yeah.
he's playing a pot for 50 big blinds, which is just what a start for him.
All right, we're going to see as we go to the flop. There is a clean flop, 7-4-9. Queen's in the lead. Ace King running flush draw format.
Running
possible.
clovers.
Running clovers. Turn card is coming up here.
Oh,
It's a king. And Francis now down to 2 outs. He
keep the
needs a
jacket
queen
on.
here.
Keep it on.
No, you got to keep the jacket on. Can't take it off. Here comes the river card. It's a 10.
That's unfortunate.
And that's unfortunate, too. We're going to lose Francis Anderson. He's going to be our 5th place finisher. He will take home $184,000. A great run here.
Oh, that's a really good sportsmanship out of Francis. He says to Matt that he wants to see him win it.
Dylan with King 7. He does let it go. Landon now with 9s. Is this a shove spot once again?
Well, he's got 3.9 million.
Raise.
So that's
He raises to
13 big-
500,000.
oh, my
no. And now
goodness.
Florian with the 10s right behind.
very unfortunate for
So
Landon.
now Florian can shove here, yeah?
Yeah, Florian's going to put the money in. Landon's going to gladly call because he has a monster with 2 9s. And he has to assume Florian's going to have way worse hands than him.
He does
Florian's
move
going
all
to do
in.
this with 8s and lower. Some aces.
Matthew with Jack 6 lets it go and let the heads-up battle continue. Come on, Landon says. 9s versus 10s. What is going on? He's had such good hands to
We
make
didn't
these
get him
moves
back
with.
to 3.9 million just to go out like this, man.
Yeah, and Landon looking for a 9 here. He is
He's got me covered.
2 suits different for both players. Florian nervously stacking his action clock chips. Those time chips from Chipco.
He has more than me. 2, 4, 3.5.
All right, we got all the flushes live. That's good for the underpair.
That is good for the underpair. 9s versus 10s. Landon Tice all in. Earned at least $245,000, but he doesn't want it. He wants more, and we have a flop coming up now.
5, 6, 7 flop. One time.
6, 7 would be interesting. And the flop is a queen 8 and a 9.
No.
That is not the flop he was hoping for. Florian has the heart in his hand as well. The only backdoor flush draw turn card is a heart. Down to 1 out. He's down to the 9 of spades. That's a tough spot to be in if you're Landon. And the last card is a 10.
Wow.
Makes a set on the river. Florian has eliminated Landon Tice. He is our 4th place.
It was a great
finisher.
ladder for Landon, and really unfortunate to run his ace king into Dylan's aces. But he's just not going to. We got a couple of cowboys here for Florian on the dealer. He just won the last pot, and now he gets to raise up with number 2 on the button.
Hoping to catch somebody
Raises to 800,000.
with a hand 5-3 there, and he will catch Dylan. Queen Jack suited.
He will be getting more chips from Dylan Smith. He's got a very nice hand in the big blind. It's not so nice when you're up against kings, but nonetheless, he'll at least be calling here. He's
All in. Wow. Holy cow. Dylan's not going to like what he sees here. He does have a chance to eliminate Florian. This would put Florian 2nd in chips.
Jack
Flop
in the door.
Is a jack. And an ace and an 8. King still in the lead for Florian. Dylan now with 5 outs to eliminate Florian. Deuce on the turn. 1 to come. You're never comfortable, even if you're in Florian's seat there, knowing that the other player has outs, but it holds up.
Sixes.
A very casual double up here from our Frenchman. I gotta say, I love it when they're just calmly like, yep.
Well, his fans are yelling "Allez," which means Florian now is ace-3. Raises to 800,000. Matthew calls with a 9-8. Now Dylan with ace-6. And we are back. Still heads up. Chip count 44 million to 25 million in favor of Matthew Beinner. Matthew from New York.
Go ahead, Tom.
Grew up in Manhattan. And Dylan Smith from New Jersey. So they should know each other. Probably play up in the Northeast somewhere. 440 for second place. First place 662,200, which does include that seat to the WPT World Championship. Coming up in just about 2 weeks. You coming out for that? You already promised me.
Yeah, maybe.
Stop. We'll see you there. King Jack for Matthew here, and Dylan with 8-6. Flop is a jack and an open and straight draw for Matthew in a dominating position. This hand should be over quick. However, Matthew did check.
A wise check from Matthew.
A wise check.
Very strong hand. Second pair. Open and a straight draw. Running flush draw. Not too much to be afraid of.
Dylan does take advantage of that and bet 600,000.
And Dylan can't even make a straight with that 8 because it would give Matthew a higher straight to the king if a 9 were to come off on the turn.
3 of hearts on the turn. Check and a check. And the river is a 4. Matthew's got to feel pretty good about this hand. And he will bet it and win the pot by betting 2.6 million.
That's 2.6 million.
He didn't win the pot yet.
He'll win it. Maybe.
Yep.
And
Knew
he
it.
does win it.
Never a doubt.
Can I get change for it, please? Thank you.
Gotta change there, man. What's up? You gotta change, man? You gotta win some hands.
Got another needle coming from Matthew, telling Dylan he's out of change, hinting that he doesn't have that many chips.
Matthew with that king 6.
2 calls 600.
Calls 600. Playing 3 and 600.
5 checks.
Flop 9-8-3. Top pair for Dylan. 1 club on that board. He has jack 9 of clubs. Goes check, check. Turn card is another club. Dylan looking good here. Eliminating the king of clubs. That's an out from Matthew. Glad to hear you're with us, Connor. Those of you watching on YouTube,
That's 1.5 million.
Dylan bets 1.5. That'll win the pot.
Six and six.
Queen 10, Queen 5.
The Savage.
Let's go. It's got to be suited.
5 calls.
You're too picky. Just take the hand. It's named after you.
Dylan.
Or do you need an Omaha 8 hand to be named after
Man,
you?
Jack 10.
What's your Omaha 8 hand? Ace, ace, deuce, 3, double
Yeah,
suited?
that's the best.
That's the Savage. I don't know if you can get that one.
All right, Matthew's putting some more chips into the pot here, making it 2.8 million.
He loves those queen high offsuit hands. Those are
I
like his
told you
bluff
that's
hands,
what
huh?
Tony said. The Queen 5
It's a bluffy hand?
is a good bluff hand. I
That's
don't
a
know.
bluff
I don't
hand?
get it. I don't understand why.
All right, noted.
But it is.
If I bluff in the WPT Championship, then it'll be queen
5 calls.
whatever.
I thought it was supposed to be suited, though.
Oh, really?
And the flop is Jack 10, 6.
Solid flop for Dylan.
Middle pair. Again, a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw.
But as you can see, equity-wise, Matthew has under 1% to get this entire pot. 1 in 20 times, he will get half.
And he checks it.
2 checks.
They said we are using the action clock, and Dylan Smith is out of time extensions. So if he goes to a timeout, he will have to fold this hand.
Well, or check.
Or check. 8 on the turn, another club.
A 9 would give both our players a queen high straight. But as you can see, Dylan has a very strong chance to win this entire pot.
2 checks.
Check from Matthew. And a check.
5 checks.
He must know that his opponent is drawing dead.
And there it is. The club flush has come. We always call those out on the flop, the back doors, and finally one comes in.
And now he decides to fire. Well, Dylan will not be raising this, but I think he'll find a call.
Getting a call, quick call,
He
snap
beat him in
call.
the pot.
1.8 million.
And that's why you check it twice, Matt. Because
why you check it
when
twice.
your opponent's drawing dead, he will give you 3.8 million on the river.
Wow, big pot there. As they draw ever so close to being even, 39 million to 32 million.
Wow.
Sorry about that.
It's anyone's game.
71 million chips in play. Players started with 50,000 in chips. So each of those brown chips are equivalent to 2 buy-ins. Each of those bananas are equivalent to 10 buy-ins. And 20 buy-ins for each one of those green chips, if you look at it that way. No? Think about it. Ace 5. This is the other hand that has so much value. Heads up, Ace 5.
Really?
Do you know why?
Mm,
Tony told me once. I can't remember.
because,
I'm looking to experts like you to tell me.
well, the solver loves the ace 5.
Yes.
Loves it.
for those recreational or amateur players out there, what are you talking about when you say solver?
A solver is a computer program
Okay.
that will basically play out a decision millions of times against itself to see the most balanced strategy.
Okay.
And it's a really interesting thing to try to understand and mimic as a player, because if you're playing against other players that are very, very good, it makes them hard to exploit you if you are using strategies that are, you know, comparable to a solver. However, live poker is not fully computers, and there's a human element, a very significant human element. So I believe that in order to truly succeed, you have to understand a lot about the psychology of each individual player and tailor custom strategies for everyone.
Checking again. Dylan again with that backdoor flush draw and gets there again with the flush. Kind of amazing. Similar to the very last hand that we had. Both players flop backdoor flushes, and the longer odd flush comes in. The single card heart. Dylan with the 10 of hearts. And Matthew a little more gun shy this time, I believe. But this is the same situation that just happened, and he's going to bet 1.1 million.
600,000.
Matthew, is he going to do it again?
Looks like he's reaching for some raisin chips here.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, he saw Dylan bet 600 into a pot of 1.8 million, so that's about a third of the pot on the river. There's full houses out here. There is 2 straight flushes possible. I mean, it would be an interesting spot, but like, I mean, I don't see it making sense.
And he didn't either, and he did fold.
Yeah.
Dylan was 7s. Matthew
Corn
with
cutters.
8-3.
As some would say. No?
What'd you call them?
Corn cutters? You ever hear that
Sevens?
one? Yeah.
I've heard walking sticks.
Walking sticks?
Yes.
That works.
Corn cutters.
Yeah, when I was 18, I'd played in a 5-10 game, and one of the players, every time we got 7s, he'd go, corn cutters.
Okay. Like a
You know, like a machete or something.
Sith. What do they call it?
Huh?
Sith. Something like that.
Sith.
Help me out, chat. What's that called?
Oh, the thing that you use to
Yeah,
like do some
to cut corn.
crop cutting. Yeah, I don't know.
Scythe. What's it called?
Oh yeah, like the Grim Reaper.
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, something like that.
Dylan King 4, 9 deuce for Matthew. Dylan getting closer to drawing even here. Jimmy Bluff says combine. Sickle, that's it. That's what I'm looking for.
Both our players over 50 big blinds.
Flop is a deuce. Matthew's flop bottom pair. King 4 for Dylan. Again, that backdoor flush draw.
5 checks.
Running straight draw possibility too. No
And there
longer.
it is, another diamond.
That also makes Matthew open-ended straight draw with his 9. So he could definitely hang around with that bottom pair of deuces if he were to face a bet.
Check, check. Oh, he gets there again.
Oh my.
3 out of 4 hands. He gets there with the backdoor flush. The 4-card flush. It's kind of amazing.
And that's actually the best diamond that Dylan could hope for if he's trying to value bet, because it pairs the 7. So it's a little less, I don't know. I mean, I still don't think that the 2's is going to be able to pay him much money, but if there was a flush card that could pay him money, I think the 7's the one.
Dylan does bet 900,000. And there's just too much out there for Matthew to call, don't you think?
To call?
Yeah.
You mean the bet's too big to call?
Yeah. No, I mean too much out there on the board.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, not necessarily. No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, he does make the
He
call.
does call, yeah. Just
And
because,
get
like,
the bad news, king high flush for Dylan.
yeah.
Because why?
Well, I mean, it's still hard to have a diamond, right? So I think Dylan is capable of bluffing in that spot with some hands that are just nothing when it gets checked to him. I'm not saying I think it's a call by any means, but I do think that it could be. And as I said, that 7, that's the best diamond to be able to call with.
Matthew's gone a little bit card dead here.
What, it's been like 3 hands.
Been more than that. It's got 4-3 here. 4-3 of spades.
Suited.
Raises to 1.8.
I want to see a 3-bet here. Like, you got that king rag, which we've been seeing from him all day, and this is just a spot where, like, the way the game has been flowing, like, putting more pressure would have been great to see.
He does make the call. If Dylan wins his pot, he'll be back in the chip lead. Flop is queen 10 and an 8. No spades. King high in the lead for Dylan. Matthew took the lead pre-flop with a raise, so let's see what happens here. He does check it. Turn cards of 5. Putting a 3rd diamond on the board. Check. And Beinner checks again. He's not going to win this hand by checking, is he?
You're going to win it by rivering a pair.
Well,
that was his plan the whole time.
That was the plan the whole time. Now the bet.
1.4. I don't think that's enough to win it. I think he might look him up with a pair. He's already called that. Like, calling here with this pair was better than calling the 4 flush board with the deuce, in my opinion.
He does make the call, and he's going to win the pot.
Yeah. And Dylan's
King
going to be
high.
a little annoyed to see that
Pair
he
of
had
4s.
this hand and
So little stop the bleeding there. And regain the chip lead. Dylan Smith says he's been playing poker for 15 years, and he is 33.
Yep.
I can do that math. That's funny. He's been playing for 15 years, makes him 18. Matthew Beinner is 23, playing for 5 years. So they've both been playing since 18. This casino is 18 years and older.
Yeah.
So have you been playing here since you're 18?
I've been playing since I was 10. Yeah.
And here, the Hard Rock?
Yeah, I played here when it opened.
Oh, okay.
It opened when I turned 18.
Back
so.
then, they used to play one table, sit and goes.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to play, the cash games were $2 straight. But before that, when I was in high school and right when I turned 18, I played at the Seminole Coconut Creek.
Oh, nice.
And you used to buy in for $20.
Raise to $3 million will win this one of the queens for Matthew.
And they would give you a $5 stack of quarter chips.
Okay.
And then 3 red birds, which
Okay.
were the $5 chips.
Okay.
And they had a running jackpot where if you got a royal flush, you'd get like $1,000, but if it was the diamonds, it would be a cumulative jackpot. So it would be like $10,000, 11, 20, up to 20,000.
And how many of those did you hit?
The first time I ever went to the casino, my friend talked me into skipping last period of high school, and I go with him. He sits down and he hits the diamond royal flush for like 13 grand.
Amazing.
First time I ever went. And you better believe that the next week they got a lot of high school students in there after they heard that
You
he
were
hit that
hooked
thing.
for life.
Yeah.
2.8 million.
He
5
bets
raises to 2.8 million.
to 2.8.
All right. Now we're talking.
And he's going for it here with a 10-4 of diamonds.
2 calls.
10-4 versus 9-6. Flop is an 8, jack, and a 3. 1 club. Neither player with the pair here. 10 high versus 9 high.
May the craziest player win.
$1.5 from Dylan. No call. 9 high wins a pot.
You're feeling good about that hand if you're Dylan. I mean, you got a big 3-bet in, and you got to just make that real small continuation and just win the whole pot. You don't even have to do the big one on the turn. That's just, that's definitely reassuring and a good outcome for you there. You're also going to set the tone where, you know, maybe my big blind isn't so easy to mess with, man. Like, I'm going to kick up the action on you. So beware.
Dylan calls out of the small blind, 600,000 with the jack 4. Matthew now in the big blind. Ace of clubs.
2 checks.
He checks.
Two checks. 5 checks.
It's a check, check.
Oh, man. That's a good turn for Matthew. Makes 2 pair, aces up.
Two bets.
2 bets. Open and straight draw for Dylan now.
Yep. He's getting slightly less than
2.1.
2 to 1 to call with his open-ended straight draw. An 8 or a king would give Dylan the best hand. And that's a disciplined fold right there.
Good fold there, and Matthew picks this one up to 38.9 million.
If you're Dylan, you know, even if you hit that 8 or a king, then you got to think, well, I'm probably not going to get paid for it because this is a 1-card straight draw. And there aren't really many good cards to come that you can bluff with if you have Dylan's hand either, except for maybe like a jack.
Had a bunch of big clashes early and may have one here. King Jack versus King Queen.
Oh yeah, a couple of very strong hands for heads-up play.
2 raises to 1.8 million.
3x raise from Matthew. Let's see. I think we're just going to find a call here from Dylan because his hand is just way too good to
5 calls.
3-bet. if one of the last two kings comes, we can see some chips going in there.
Ooh, and it is a jack and also a 10.
This is
Top pair versus open-end straight draw.
This is action. We got top pair and an open-ended straight draw.
1.6 million from Matthew
6 million.
with the jacks. Just making the call.
5 calls.
A king on the turn.
Oh,
now
yeah.
kings and jacks, 2 pair.
Even easier check call hand now for Dylan. Matthew should go for a lot here, though. I wouldn't mind seeing him bet around 5 million, just because you're feeling pretty good about this hand here. There's only 2 hands that could really beat you, and that's Queen 9 and Ace Queen. Ace Queen would have 3-bet pre, so the only thing you're afraid of is Queen 9. Maybe set of 6s.
A big bet here, 6.3 million. Dylan's got a tough decision here.
6.3 million.
But he's got top pair and open ender.
Yep, his hand's great. You don't need to raise it. You're not going to get called by worse, but you have a big draw, and you have a great bluff catcher with top pair of kings. So I would expect Dylan to call here, even though it is a massive bet out of Matthew. Like, his hand is just very good heads up.
Calls.
And he doesn't have much time to think about it, so.
Yeah.
I don't think Dylan's thrilled right now, to be honest with you, after seeing this big bet, but I mean, his hand is definitely strong enough. And as you can see, he's a 25% chance.
River card is a 9.
And Dylan makes
it
that straight.
We're going to have a new chip leader here.
Does he bet here, though? Because, I mean, this is the kind of card that might shut Matthew down from continuing. And I wonder if Dylan's going to just take that away from him and just put a bet out. I'd like to see Dylan bet, to be honest. We've got 20 million chips in this pot.
What?
5.6
Oh, Dylan, 600.
600,000. Wow.
I
What,
mean,
what
that is
that?
such a small bet. But, you know, he might get a raise out of Matthew because he literally bet.
What is that bet?
He just calls, wow.
calls.
I think Dylan could have got like 7 million there,
Wow.
maybe more.
Dylan with the chip lead now 43.1.
You know, if Dylan did that to me and I had King Jack, I'm raising.
Wow.
But
Okay.
I like that, but I don't think Matthew's gonna do that. Dylan would have got me to take the bait there for sure. I would have definitely been like, you're not doing that with a straight. You're trying to block 2 pair that are worse than my 2 pair. I'm gonna put a big bet out there, but Matthew just calls and saves himself a lot of chips. I wish Dylan maybe would have even just checked over doing that, just because I think we would have got a big bet out of Matthew and he could have got some more chips, but
Yeah, he could have got a check back too.
maybe
know.
he
I
could have
don't know.
got a check back too.
Yeah.
You're right. I wouldn't have been surprised.
5 calls.
Dylan calls 600,000.
It's hard to make a straight in this game.
It is.
Yeah.
2 checks.
And Matthew lets it go. Flop 665. Ace high in the lead for Dylan.
checks.
Matthew checks it. Keep applying pressure, right? Turn card's a 10. Check from
checks.
Matthew.
5 checks.
And a check. River card's a deuce. Ace high gets the check mark.
2 checks. 5 checks.
Check, check. Ace high is going to win the pot.
Queen. Raise.
WPT Gold free roll coming up, 5 million.
How do you get in
At the
that
Win.
thing?
There's a lot of different ways to get in. We're giving away seats at the Win, the 8th through the 12th, through drawings. Also a McLaren to be won. We also awarded a bunch of seats here. 25 seats were awarded here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
Do you
through
have to
various
be
promotions.
at the Win to win the McLaren?
You have to be at the Win to win the McLaren. Yeah, you'll know. What they're going to do is I think they're going to draw a bunch, and then they're going to award in a second drawing at the final table. Like you'll be in a small group of people that have won big prizes, and then they'll draw for those ones.
But if you don't go to Vegas, you can't win that McLaren.
That is correct, because you're going to draw for that at the Win. So.
All right, well, you heard him, guys. If you want to win that sweet, sweet car, you got to get your butt to Vegas.
Absolutely.
King Jack off for Dylan.
5 calls.
Decides to limp on in, and Matthew's going to check Queen 8 suited. Two very good hands for heads-up play.
Flop is 7-6-4, 2 diamonds. Dylan.
Gut shot for
And
Matthew. Couple of running
both
clubs.
with backdoor flush draw, so
100,000.
Matthew bets 800,000. Matthew makes a call.
Don't give it to him.
A 5 on the turn, and now Matthew's made the straight, but Dylan has that flush draw. Matthew's got it straight here. He's betting 1.7 million.
1.7 million.
I think that's cheap enough for Dylan to do a little fishing.
Yes, absolutely. King high flush would be good. Does make the call. And it does it again. He makes the backdoor flush draw. That is the 3rd time that he's made runner flush. And this one, man, that one's going to hurt. Matthew checks. Dylan has to pick an amount that he thinks is going to get him to bite.
Yeah. You think he's going for the overbet? I think he is. I hope he is.
He didn't last time, as you know.
Yeah. Well, he was out of position last time. It was a little different hand. Matthew has shown that he's willing to call him
5 bets.
on the 4 diamond board before.
8 million is the bet.
Yep. So he's going to bet over pot. About 120% of the pot right there. And Matthew is just sick to his stomach because he made that straight on the turn. He thought he had the best hand. And now he's got another 4-liner diamonds that he's facing. A massive, massive bet here from Dylan, who he knows is a very capable player.
I think he can get away from it, but I mean, he's seen him make these flushes over and over again.
Yeah, I hope he could find a fold on this one because he's definitely kicking himself from the last time when he had the 9 deuce. Oh, there you go. Good job, Matthew. Way to get rid of that hand.
Good fold there. And why not show the non-diamond? Just show it.
Did he?
No, he
Oh.
did not.
You got to do the pick one.
You got to do the pick one.
Yeah, because that way, you know, there's a chance that you just pick a
I
non-diamond.
think these two are friends. I think they were, at least they know each other.
I don't know, do they?
I think they do.
The way he said good luck to Dylan seemed like a I don't know you, but you're a cool man kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
Maybe they made acquaintance now. I mean, they're both from the Northeast. One's from New Jersey, one from Manhattan. Maybe
Dylan's actually been in Florida, though, for the last few years.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah.
New York, New Jersey, kind of the same thing.
Yeah. I was born in Jersey.
Yeah?
Yep.
I can tell.
No, you can't.
Call. Check.
It's Matt Savage, Executive Tour Director of the World Poker Tour, alongside Matt Waxman, two-time WPT champion. King Jack versus 9-3. Queen 8, 4 on the flop. Dylan checks it. And a check. Turn card is a 9. Opening up straight draws.
Pair for Dylan.
Pair for Dylan.
Second pair for Dylan.
Dylan is running pretty well right now.
Yep, playing well, too.
That is 800,000.
Bet is 800,000.
Matthew's getting 4-1 to call with his King Jack. Could be the best hand. A 10 makes him the nut straight. King would give him a pair. Jack would even give him the winning hand with second pair. He does not hit. Let's see how Dylan decides to play this river card. He's still got second pair with 9s. Do you go for value if you're Dylan, or do you check and let your opponent bluff? $5 million.
That is 5 million. Fold.
Yeah. He had to have a little bit more of that hand to get that call.
Or just a smaller bet from Dylan. Maybe 600 would have got him. All right.
32% of the chips in play.
Dylan has 68% of the chips. He is a commanding chip leader for the first time. All day.
Yeah.
Call.
Lots of limps heads up here from the button. Dylan's coming along with the 9-5 offsuit. Matthew has him dominated with the Jack-5. Dylan.
9, 8, and a 3.
Dylan finds that
Dylan.
9.
Hidden flops and turns and rivers. Heads up. It's so sweet when you can do that.
Check.
Checks back top pair of 9s. Turn brings us the 7 of diamonds, so now a 10 would make a Jack high straight for Matthew. A 6 would make a 9 high straight for both of our players. And Matthew is going to lead out for 2.1 million, so Dylan's check back on the flop might pay off nicely.
Call.
River card is the deuce of diamonds, making a flush possibility. Neither player has 2 diamonds, though, just 1 each. Dylan still has top pair of 9s. Let's see if Matthew decides to continue his story and bluff the river. Got just over 6 million chips in the pot.
That's
2.5 from Matthew, so a little more than a third. I think Dylan has an interesting decision, but I don't think you could fold top pair as played, so he will be finding a call shortly. You did check back the flop, you got top pair, you just called turn. There's really no way you can not call here.
Does make the call. And he's going to win this pot. Extend his chip lead, 54.6 million. I believe this is the biggest chip lead anybody's had.
Yep.
In this tournament.
And I would have definitely bet that flop if I were Dylan with my top pair, just because, you know, but heads up, you know, there's a good chance that your opponent has at least 1 card under the 9, and by checking, look what he did. He got 2 more bets out of his opponent, and he won a really nice pot. So just something interesting to think about. You know, I think that was a really, really clever play by him, and he was able to maximize his winnings by taking that approach.
Call. Check.
Matthew limps the button with 10-7 off. Dylan is going to check his big blind with the queen 9. 10 in the door. 10-5 deuce 2 spades, giving Matthew top pair. Dylan checks it on over to him.
That is 800,000.
Matthew elects to bet 1/3 of the pot, 800,000. Dylan gives it up. Dylan with the 10-5 offsuit. He's on the button. Comes in for a raise. Makes it 1.6. That's a min raise.
6 million.
Our blinds are now 400, 800,000. Matthew has the king-queen offsuit. Playing with about 17 million chips. There's now over 3 million in the pot. And he moves all in, which is going to win him this hand.
Fold.
Getting him back over 20 million.
How much do you have, Matt?
20.3.
Check.
Jack 6 and 6-3 off, going to a flop. 10-9 deuce rainbow.
Check.
Check, check. Let's see a turn. King of hearts. We now have a gut shot straight draw for Dylan, but he also has the best hand with Jack high. Only a 3 is going to give Matthew a hand that will win at showdown.
Check.
River brings the 6, pairing both of our players. Looks like Dylan's going to bet 800,000. That's the min bet.
That is 800,000.
Matthew quickly calls, and he's going to see the news that he's outkicked. And this pot's going to go over to Dylan Smith. Dylan limps in from the button with the king deuce offsuit. Matthew's in the big blind with 8 deuce suited.
Check. Check.
Matthew catches an 8 for middle pair on the flop. Action is over to Dylan on the button with his king high. Looks like he's going for a minimum bet of 800,000. I'm interested to see if Matthew goes for the check raise here. He just calls.
Call.
Five of diamonds on the turn. Dylan now has a diamond flush draw, the worst diamond flush you can get. And he can also win this pot if he hits a king. And he could also win this pot if he bluffs it. I don't think a bluff is going to work though. Matthew does have second pair. He has shown a willingness to call in the past.
3 million.
Dylan bets 3 million.
3 million. Fold.
Instantly gets a fold. I'm surprised he didn't think of that one a little bit longer. And Dylan continues to build his chip lead. Looks like a little bit of frustration out of Matthew over here. He has not won many pots recently. But this is no limit hold'em. This is poker. Anything can happen. Momentum has a tendency to swing quite frequently in these tournaments. Dylan's got just under 21 big blinds. He has 16 million. The rest of the chips belong to Dylan, who has picked up ace-jack suited in the big blind. He can definitely put in some more chips here, maybe even go all in.
3.2 million.
Raised to 3.2 million.
He goes for the 4x of 3.2 million. He was certainly going to call a shove from Matthew with that hand. And he wins another pot. %77% of the chips in play. 69 big blinds. Nice. Dylan with the 9-7 offsuit on the button. Looks like he's going to limp this one in. Action over to Matthew. He's in the big blind with queen 9 off.
Check.
Let's see a flop. And both players have flopped top pair of 9s. This could be the hand that Matthew doubles up. Both players also have that diamond. Dylan could make a running straight with his 7, but we will be seeing more chips go into the pot here.
1.8 million.
Dylan's betting 1.8 with his top pair of 9s. Now Matthew has a decision. Does he want to raise? Does he want to call? If he does decide to raise, how much does he want to raise? He will not be folding this hand, though. Not on the flop. And he does elect to just call here. We got 6 million chips in the pot going to the turn. Matthew has 13 million, just under 13 million. Turn brings the jack of clubs. That might slow us down a little bit. Both players still have second pair of 9s. Matthew does have Dylan outkicked, though, with his queen. Dylan finds a check back. What do you think of that check back, Matt?
He's making all the right moves at this point. I don't sense the disappointment in Matthew here. It's been a tough run.
Another action freezer falls on the river with that 5 of diamonds, making straights possible and flushes possible. I think Dylan could even find another check here with his second pair of 9s. And probably dodge some serious danger. Had he got check raised by Matthew on that flop, they could have easily gotten the money in.
He does check.
Check.
And Matthew wins the pot.
All right, so we got a little chips back. We got a win from Matthew. He might be a little disappointed that he didn't check raise that flop, but you know, you don't know that your opponent is going to have one of the last 2 9s and you will get all the chips in. You know, for all you know, he could just be bluffing, and you want to just give him a chance to continue to do that. So, despite, you know, in hindsight it would have worked out, we don't necessarily know that while it's happening, and that's why you can't really fault the play.
I mean, this guy's 33 years old, 23 years old. Good futures ahead.
Bunch of wizards.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
amazing. I love to see it. You know, I always worry about the old generation just being, you know, the last good generation of poker players, but it's not been the case forever. The young players are dominating this game.
Yeah. You don't got to tell me that.
You're not young anymore.
I'm the old bad player now.
8-7 versus 8-6. I wouldn't say that.
I'm the guy asking the dealer for a wash.
And no, you're not.
I know.
That wouldn't be you.
I've done it before.
Oh, no.
When I won my bracelet, I asked for a wash on day 2, and I had like 8 big blinds at the time, and then within the next hour, I had like 100 big blinds.
So now you're locked in for life.
But
King, Jack,
I haven't
five
really
on the
asked for a
flop.
wash since. Maybe I'm due for another one.
I'm not even going to teach you guys. If you don't know what a wash is, I'm not even going to explain it to you because I don't want you doing it.
If you don't know what a wash is, just ask the dealer to do it.
You can't ask for it anymore.
That's
out
a
of the
bad
rules.
rule. You guys are ruining poker. I want big chips. I want individual annies. I want washes. I want superstition. All the superstitious, horrible players are now.
I'm all for
game.
superstition. You got me wrong there. I'm all for superstition. Hot cards, bad seats, unlucky seats.
So if you're in a bad seat, do you change the actual chair you're sitting in, or is it just your position at the table that's unlucky?
Just the position at the table.
Oh, okay.
Just
Well, then
the 4 seat.
you can't do anything about that.
4 is unlucky. 8 is lucky.
Is that an Asian superstition?
Yes.
Yeah. I can tell you're from the Bay Area. Should I change my lucky number? 4 is my lucky number.
Yeah, you should change that.
All right, what should I change it to?
8 preferably, but anything with an 8 in it's good.
Okay, done. Dylan's got ace king suited. Raises up the button. Matthew with the queen 3 offsuit. Thinking, do I have enough to come along and catch a flop? He decides yes. We got about 4 million chips in the pot. Let's see a flop.
And ace right on the flop.
Check.
Matthew with a quick check.
Bet 2 million, fold.
Half pot from Dylan is going to take it down. I think Dylan's nearly a 3-1 chip leader now.
Yeah, he's run well and played well. I mean, that's a great combination. He's got his fiance out in the audience watching. So he's a happy man.
And that answers the question. 7 deuce off, limped from the button by Matthew. I think it's safe to say there are no hands he is folding pre-flop. Heads up.
This would be the one he would do it. 7
Yeah.
deuce. He was going to
Yep.
do it with anything.
This would have been it.
Did call the 800,000.
But now we know.
Raise 2.8 million, fold.
And now he's wishing he did fold because Dylan finds that beautiful 8-4. Makes it more money to play. Here we go. Couple of really nice hands. Ace-3 suited for Dylan. King-Jack offsuit for Matthew. He just limps it.
Call.
Wow.
Wow. I'm checking.
Wow. Neither player wants to raise. Matthew's under 20 big blinds.
Flop is a king. 8 and 6. King's top pair for Matthew.
At 800,000.
Dylan's going to min bet. Let's see what Matthew decides to do here with his top pair.
Raise to 2.5 million.
He decides to raise. I think he's going to lose his customer now. No, I was wrong.
Does
Dylan
make the call.
Call.
comes
Backdoor
along.
flush draw. Kept him in there. That's what I'm
Yeah.
thinking.
Kept him in there?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Backdoor flush draw.
Oh, yeah. It happens. Not this
Deuce on
time.
the turn. He's got the nut low. Ace 3.
I think for Dylan to call, he also thinks there's a reasonable chance he has the best hand. Still. So.
Bet.
Bet of 4 million for
4 million.
Matthew.
That's got to win it. Surely.
Fold.
And he takes it down. Back over 20 million for our 23-year-old Matthew.
$440,000. 21 big blinds versus 51 big blinds. We're in our 7th hour of play here.
500 million.
Hmm? 16? Sounds like 20.
Two calls.
Matthew limps 6-5 offsuit on the button. Dylan's got the ace-5. Our blinds just went up to 500,000 and a million, so Matthew still has 20 big blinds.
He's moved all in.
There's all in.
Matthew folds. This is that time.
Dylan gets to pick up that 2.5 million sitting there by moving all in pre-flop, putting the pressure on. The blinds are up. Our players are going to be forced to gamble for sure. There's a lot of money in each of these pots. Dylan's got the 7-6 suited. Very fun hand to play.
Matthew with Queen Jack.
Dylan moves all in here.
Whoa.
And I think Matthew's got enough hand here. With under 20 big blinds heads up, especially after your player has shown that he's going to start doing this a lot. We might see an all-in situation.
I think, I don't know. It's right on the border.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think like against a lot of players, you can fold your queen jack here with this many chips, but Dylan is just shoving really, really well, and when your player is shoving
Makes
that
the
well,
call.
yeah,
Queen Jack for 7-6, so big double up for Matthew. He would be
chip leader again. If
Chip
he wins
leader
this
again
hand.
if he wins the
Yeah,
spot.
This is for the chip lead.
Amazing. Do you like that shove? 7-6.
I do. I think that's a good shove because you're going to get shoved on so often, so you could limp, but your hand is just, it does so well against, like, look, he has 2 overcards and he's still 40% to win the hand, so, and you get to win the blinds, like, a lot. So I think it's a good shove.
7 right in the window, followed by a 6-2 pair for Dylan.
Yep, that's a big flop for Dylan. He's
Jumped
almost
into the chip lead. There are 2 diamonds on the flop.
almost 9-1 here.
A 9 on the turn. We're down to 4 10s for a straight for Matthew, or Dylan Smith will be our winner here at the Seminole Hard Rock and Roll Poker Open. And it's a 3.
He
And
did
that's
it.
going to do it. I think these guys have a lot of respect for each other and will probably battle again. But we have our winner, Dylan Smith, who's taking down first place prize and that seat to the Win World Championship. Congratulations to Matthew Beinner, who also had a great week. Family here with him today. It's outstanding. A great score, 440,000, but there he is. Our happy winner, and his fiance gets the winning kiss, and he's our champion, Dylan Smith. Congratulations. And
Well
Matt
done.
Waxman, thank you so much for
Really
being here
well
today.
done by Dylan.
Wonderful job as always. This is Matt Savage and Matt Waxman signing off from the Rock and Roll Poker Open at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
Congrats, Thanks, man. You played great.
There it is. There's our leaderboard. Paul finishing in 6th place. Francis Anderson in 5th. Landon Tice, Florian Ribouchon, Matthew Beinner, and our winner, Dylan Smith, taking home the title and all the glory that goes with it. Thanks again for being a part of the show. We'll see you next time.